The 2026 Summer Split is here, and this is where North America's next great talents fight for their shot at the LCS. We start with a single round-robin best-of-3 regular season. Every series shifts the standings. You win, you move closer to playoffs. You fall behind, and you're staring down the barrel of promo relegation. Nothing is guaranteed here. Playoffs are double elimination. High pressure, high stakes, zero room for failure. Fearless Draft returns, and the right to choose changes everything. Choose your side and control the series before it even begins. This isn't about hype, it's about earning your place. The 2026 NACL Summer Split, July 16th. The road to the LCS starts here.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Hello one, hello all, and welcome back to the North American Challengers League for day 2 of the Summer Split as we try to see which team can become our summer champions and which team can potentially play for a chance at the LCS. Long road ahead, but I'm happy to be able to take you guys through it as your play-by-play Leo Slayer Silverman. I, of course, am joined by my good friend, an amazing analyst sometimes, Matt Cubby Samuelson. Cubby, my friend, I am very pumped up to go through this day today, especially knowing how closely we feel packed our 4 teams, our 2 matchups are going to be for this one.
Yeah, I think community sentiment is that the 4 teams we have playing today paired up against each other rather closely in the power rankings, and a lot of teams coming in making changes. So we'll see what those fresh changes mean for the teams that played today, because yesterday it meant for a few surprises in the league as we had nice wins for Cupid over our defending champs Conviction, as well as Dorado taking down that Maryville sub-squad. Dorado finding that 3-game victory. Really big for them as we go through our 2-group regular season format.
Well, Cubby, you mentioned a lot of changes on a lot of rosters, especially the ones we're looking at today. So who best to learn more from about why these swaps have happened and what to expect than the coaches themselves? So I'm going to throw the reins over to you, my friend, as we are already going to jump into a coach interview hearing from Auto Boost from CCG.
Thanks so much, Slayer. Excited to be joined by the head coach of the runner-up CCG from Spring and Auto Boost. Auto Boost, thanks for joining me again. I really enjoyed these last year with you. And congrats, of course, on that second place finish. Coming into the summer, it's a new look for CCG as you guys had to go through some changes, some of which sent players to other teams in the league. What was it like going back to the shed and trying to figure out what your roster would look like for this split for CCG?
Well, I was expecting to lose maybe some players, but I was expecting to lose them to maybe like LCS sub positions, like I don't know, like Denator did to Dignitas, right? He got upgraded. I think that's a really good opportunity for him. And when it comes down to our roster, well, Eoyun got the opportunity to go Maryville, which is like really good for his like college education plus competing. So that's a plus always. That's really good for him. And then, of course, Cody, since we lost to Conviction, he saw a better opportunity to use like play promo relegation with Conviction, I guess. I think that's fine, but like I'm not expecting anyone to promote, to be honest. Like, I think that's the same thing. I think we had like a really good split last time. I enjoyed working with both of them, with Eojon and Cody. But I do understand like their decisions to just like go somewhere else, right?
Yeah, I mean, I thought you guys had a great split with the squad, last split as well. Looking at the squad for this split, though, when you guys were making some of the decisions as to who was going to be on the roster for this summer run for CCG, when you were looking at mid AD carry and ending up with Lessa and Spawn, was it more about technical ability or attitude coming in for a split where you guys are competing for an LCS slot?
I mean, like I said, like promoting, I don't think it's an actual thing happening. I think it's like really difficult to do it. I even like told CCG many times that if we are not in a gaming house and I don't have like 2 Koreans and something like that, it's like I'm not going to tell anyone I'm going to promote, right? Like that's like the bare minimum. I will say that I can actually aim or say like in a secure way we are promoting, right? That's the way I see it. And also when it comes down to like Spawn and Lesa/Retro, when it comes down to decisions for those spots, we were aiming to get something similar to like Cody in Spawn. We had other options as well, but at the end of the day, it was more like who wants to join CCG, right? And Spawn had like a really good like attitude towards it, so we just like signed him pretty much instantly. For mid lane, there was like multiple options. I was aiming for like Retro and Chochi as a development project, right? But we didn't actually aim for Retro to start the position because we thought that we will like start over, right? Because it will be a rookie again. It will be like we going back one split, like we had Eoyun all over again, you know? So we didn't want to lose that progress, and that's why we went for someone with more experience, which is like Lesa, since I know him from before. Like he's a solid player.
Yeah, I know Lessa, of course, has that experience competing in the LLA, was in the closing split finals over there. What was it like bringing him in? And for fans that are not familiar with Lessa's game, what should they be on the lookout for as he enters your team in NICL?
I mean, Lesa was probably like in lane. He was, if not the best, the second best mid laner in the LATAM region, at least for the last few years. He was a little bit inactive because like he didn't actually got really good offers to compete on CBLOL. I think he only went there for like one split, and then he didn't got like any other opportunities, which was kind of weird. Because I mean he was competing against Koreans all the time, right? In LLA, we were really used to having mid laners from Korea or junglers, and some of them they are competing or competed on LCS or CBLOL these last splits, and Lesa was always matching against them. So I think that's like the baseline for him. Like that's like his peak level. I'm not expecting his peak level to be like right now, but when we reach playoff, I think he's going to be in like his complete form, and he can actually like perform really well. So yeah, that's what we can expect from him.
Going to be fun to be on the lookout for today. Auto Boost, thanks so much for joining us again in your opening match against Blue Water, and best of luck with CCG today.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Thanks to Philip Snorelko, OneBlade, for empowering our face-to-face interview with Coach in Auto Boost and Slayer. I'd say, as per usual, Auto Boost, you know, always kind of dropping the veil a little bit more than other coaches, trying to just be honest about his thoughts, and fun to see at least Lessa coming in. Definitely a player that I'm not as familiar with. It was a name that I was kind of racking my head for because I was like, man, I've seen this name a few times before. The one that I recalled the most was that the one time he went international was actually playing AD carry for his team and not mid. So it'll be fun to see him piloting his normal role in the mid lane for NACL this time around.
Yeah, Cubby, I share that similar sentiment with you. You know, covering this league for a while, like as much as I know you have, and I've been around at least watching this league for a while, is you really get to know a lot of the names and expect a lot of players and know what to get from them. So, you know, Lessa definitely comes in as a bit of a wild card to me. Glad to hear that Auto Boost feels like he could be a premier mid laner in this league. We'll see if he could do it right off the bat here up against Blue Water. This is our schedule for today, Cubby, and the fun way I like to look at it, we talked a little bit about this pre-show, but we talk about long-standing developmental NA orgs. CCG and Blue Otter are some of the mainstays. They certainly have been in the NACL. The only teams that have been there longer, it feels like, are the collegiate squads, and we have a classic collegiate matchup on the other side. So it's kind of like the mainstays of developmental league in NA, and then the mainstays of CLOL here in the NACL, all going to match up today. Let's, of course, get a look at the predictions where, Cubby, we're a little bit split on the opening matchup here, it seems.
Yeah, I'm going to spend a little bit more time talking about some of the changes we saw for Blue Water coming into this split, but excited about what they have cooking behind the scenes there, as I think Philip, Young, and especially Manui, 3 players that we did not have in the league in spring, but when they are playing at their best, these are players that have competed in the finals for NACL. Looking at Young, he's actually won NACL before with DSG. So excited to have some familiar faces back in and hope they can put their best foot forward, as I think if they do, could be good news for Blue Water, who, of course, trying to not be in that promotion relegation seat for the NACL this upcoming split, where they found themselves after last split, trying to get a little bit closer to competing for that LCS slot itself.
Trying to see if they can compete, no matter what Auto Boost may be thinking about. I'm sure Dardoch definitely wants to try and play for that promotion spot. Let's, of course, start rolling out some of these rosters so you guys can all get a feel for what they look like. This is the CCG lineup that we've been talking about here. Of course, the spotlight has to go towards Lessa and Spawn as the 2 new additions. So my question for you, Cubby, knowing what we get from Fiji, knowing what we saw from Only 35, and of course Dardoch, one of our premier players from the spring split, how are you feeling these 2 guys are going to slot into the, like you mentioned, runner-up CCG from spring?
I think it's an opportunity for Spawn, who, of course, was on that Blue Water squad that was playing in the promotion relegation tournament, to get back into the NACL, whereas CCG was playing in the finals for the league. So I feel like Spawn didn't have his strongest split, but usually a player that we feel like consistently really plays well at the later stages of the game to step in and fill a similar role to Cody-san, which Coach Autoboost said they were looking for. And that stuff for me has to be a little bit of a surprise. So I think CCG as a team last year, them making it to finals was a surprise in itself. And I have to give Autoboost and a lot of the returning members credit, because it was very clear from week 1 of NACL Spring that this was a good team, just about how far the individuals could take them. And I think we saw that in the finals, where individually they were outmatched by conviction, and regardless of whatever strategy they threw at that team, they could not compete. So is that going to be an issue again for CCG this split? I feel like that's a real question, but also, can they replicate the same team play we saw from that band of 5 we saw in spring? Because that team of 5 played really well as a unit. That was CCG's greatest strength. And with changes coming in, I think this puts a little bit more pressure on Dardoch, really the conductor of this team, Autoboost behind the scenes, and also Only 35, who was a big voice, and Mazel, who interviewed Only 35 before this split coming in, one of our peers, said that a lot of the roster building was actually between Dardoch and Only 35. We're trying to put a team that they felt like could promote into the LCS as hard as Autoboost says that is, and as difficult as it is looking at DSG, who are better than a bottom feeder org in the LCS, in the hardest spot in the LCS being in that guest slot. It is something where I really feel like CCG with this ban, the goal has to be that they compete for that spot again, because they did so in spring.
They did so in spring, and, you talked a lot about how the returning players have to have a big impact in that goal. I was really impressed by how Only 35 handled a much different support meta, when a lot of people knew him as like a main sort of engage guy, throw everything at the wall to get engaged for your team, playing crazy Alistair angles and stuff. So we came into an enchanter meta, and I was pretty impressed by Only 35. I thought he really showed a lot of growth. And then, of course, you mentioned how, as a returning member, it's going to be a lot tougher. Teams now have tape on Fiji and the very specific style he plays as a top laner, so we'll see if teams are starting to exploit that a bit more. Of course, the team immediately that could try to exploit it is going to be Blue Otter, the other team matching up on the other side. So let's take a look at their roster, because a whole lot of changes that you've alluded to as well, Cubby, but I'm going to definitely steal your point and say it is very nice to me. It warms my heart to see, honestly, both, you mentioned Young already, but Philip and Manui getting back into the NACL. That is always a fun thing to see. Philip, obviously, back on those old Cincinnati Fear rosters, and Manui has been, playing a lot in a lot of spots in the NACL. But I know you're really high on what Manui can do to elevate both Levitate in the bottom lane, but this team overall as well.
Yeah, last time we saw Manui, it was his first split role swapping to support, playing with the box squad and Conviction. that did pretty well in spring of last year. I felt like Manui, by the end of his first split of support, was close to top end of his role. And as a player, just his archetype, going back to when he played marksman with those Fear rosters, Manui has a way of viewing the game. He's very vocal in a team. He's going to really talk in comms. And I feel like at marksman, the mechanics, there was a ceiling there that isn't there for support, where Manui is can be one of the stronger mechanical supports. Looks like he might be enjoying a little bit of Riftbound action behind him there. Slayer.
My lord.
Might be stocking up on some of the Riot properties. But I'm really excited to have Manui back in the league. And I think that for Blue, if you were a Blue Otter fan, I think that you'd be really surprised that the only returner after a split where they did have to compete to get their spot back was Munchie. Someone who a lot of people viewed as being the weakest member of this team in his rookie split. But I know that the different pieces coming around and talking with Blue, they feel like there's a lot more support and comms for Munchie to enable the way that he wants to play the game in that early scrims. He's felt a little bit more comfortable compared to where he was last spring with that squad. So want to see if that can pay off, because losing the long-standing members of Rovex and Samikin, first time we're going to see Blue Water without those two in the lineup, and going to have to see if these other members can really step up and fill the shoes, and even if we feel like they have the potential to do so.
Yeah, it still feels weird to hear you say that, Cubby. It's a Blue Otter matchup, and I'm not going to watch Rovex, and I'm not going to watch Sam again. It's actually funny when you think about the slate of games we do have today, Cubby. Rovex, obviously, if you don't know, he's taking a bit of a break, well-deserved break, this split off. But all of those other former Munchie teammates, we are actually going to see today. Of course, Spawn is on the CCG side matching up against him today, but we'll see Ariana match up against Samikin later on today as well, as a bit of a spoiler. But I think the thing that really screams out about these roster changes to me is just better support systems for how a Munchie wants to play the game, right? Super aggressive, wants to play a lot of these fun carry picks, need him to be vocal and confident in comms. Bring in a veteran like Young, you mentioned, has won the NACL before. Phillip has been in finals for the NACL before. These are two stable veterans that should really help bring a lot more of a controlled energy to this top side to allow Munchie to do what Blue Otter clearly view as the best play style for them to find success the Munchie way.
Yeah, and I think that especially for me, Young stepping back in, he's a player that I think that Young sometimes is volatile in terms of his form, but when his form is good, Young can be one of the stronger mids that we have in this league. So I really hope we get to see that. And in a meta where a lot of mid laners are playing Syndra, definitely a champion that Young has always had a lot of bias towards in the mid lane. So we'll see if that one ends up coming out. But yeah, for Blue Water, I really feel like on paper, this roster is, I think, stronger than last splits. And I think for me, especially with Manui coming back in, I want to see if Manui's form is good, because he's someone where when I heard teams were looking around for supports, I knew Manui was an option. I was pinging teams. It was like, go get Manui. I know how much he talks in these teams, what he can bring to a team environment, and the level that he brought to the Rift too when he was playing on Conviction. I think really highly of this player. I really feel like he can help elevate Blue and get back to being that feisty competitor that really has had fans fall in love with Blue in this league on the Rift, outside of just having fun on Twitter, because they were a team that was kicking above their coverage in the past, and I feel like this roster can really position them and posture themselves to kick above their coverage yet again in this league.
So what I'm hearing here, Cubby, is the Blue Otter survived relegating out of the NACL and got a stronger roster. So Blue Otter Summer is what I'm hearing here. I'm already going to say it. Already got to throw it out here. But we talked a lot of the new faces about this matchup. But with our Philip Sorelko One Blade head-to-head, we had to shout out the two players who bring titles into this matchup, bring trophies. Of course, we talked about Lessa already winning down in LATAM before, Young being NACL champion, two new mid laners to these two orgs. It's a match made in heaven, thanks to Philip Sorelko One Blade to feature this matchup in particular, Cubby.
Yeah, and frankly, excited to see the form of both of these players. As Autoboost mentioned, Lessa hasn't really had opportunities that he wanted to go chase, so we haven't seen him in a bit. Young the same. He's been focusing on streaming, which we'll say compared to some of the other players we have in the league, where we've got a lot of students and people working other jobs, that can be a bit of an advantage for Young, is just being able to play the game more is always good. Want to see if Young does have that form coming in, because again, he is someone that when we have seen him in the past, the guy's lifted the NACL trophy before with these guys, so to have him back in the league is fun, going up against a player that has represented Latin America internationally as an AD carry, kind of bolstering the player pool here, as of course the stakes higher in summer for NACL playing for that LCS slot.
Talked about how Leza has been an AD carry at the internationals. Well, don't worry, Leza. If you want to pull out some marksman mid today, man, listen, we're playing disgusting stuff at the AD carry role right now, so who knows? Who knows how creative we're going to get here? I saw Talia get locked in at AD carry at MSI, so anything goes at this point for me coming in.
And it was good that draft. It was.
it was good, and it won. Yeah,
yes, it did.
I will not dispute that, but you also can't dispute how disgusting it is. No, but it is fun for this matchup as well, knowing just as how many champions these guys can bring to the board. Because you talk a little bit about the Leza side, but I know, like, we still kind of feel like Young could really bring hands on a lot of pretty, skill heavy champions in the mid lane that we knew him for, like you mentioned, back when he won with Disguised.
Yeah, and frankly, I mean, I think we have to mention some of those flare picks even looked good yesterday with Adam. Busting out the Yasuo. It was a flashy Yasuo game. I think it's hard to play Yasuo against Xin Zhao, which we saw yesterday. But definitely an opportunity where you have one role open up like bot, can somewhat open up the others. I know Young has always had a mean Aurelia. If he wants to bust that one out, definitely a pick that we got to worry about later on today, too, with Bradley playing. But, yeah, excited to see these two guys go toe-to-toe. And honestly, a different look. Because I feel like for CCG, with the couple different pieces they have, it would be really impressive if Dardoch and CCG can prove again, like, hey, we are going to be really competitive in this league. I think that CCG was one of the bigger surprises, just even them being a top 4 team from the start, which it was so clear week 1 that these guys were going to be a good team in the league. They sustained that throughout the entire split and made it to finals in a team where I think talent-wise, a lot of people look at the names on paper and the talent. They didn't have this team being a second-place team. I feel that way, again, looking at this team in a league where I feel like things are a little bit more competitive for NACL. I don't think that a lot of people are looking at CCG being like, hey, I don't feel like they're a top 2, top 3, even top 4 squad. They might just be a middle-of-the-pack squad coming in. I mean, this is an opportunity for them, again, to go up against Blue, team that has, I feel like, raised the floor, given the roster that they have, and instantly prove that they are a team that you have to beat, you have to knock out of this league. CCG, nothing but competitive and nothing but playing good league as a unit last split. Opportunity to do so this split. And, of course, the person that was the biggest driving force behind that Slayer, it was their jungler in Dardoch going up against the sole returner for Blue Otter in Munchie. As also going to take a look at the junglers that we have going up against each other today, Slayer. As see if Dardoch can really return to form and put together a split where I feel like we were kind of clamoring for Dardoch to get LCS looks. Would have been much deserved with what he was able to do with this roster, with his own play as a team and as an individual within CCG last split.
Without a doubt, the play was phenomenal for Dardoch, but I really want to emphasize again what else he brings that could, I also view as LCS reliable skills. This guy is just such a transformative leader now as a player in this day and age. You talk to so many players in the NACL, former teammates of his in CLOL, they all will non-stop yap about how impactful of a player, a teammate, Dardoch has been. So it's going to be awesome to see him go forward in this summer split, especially knowing that we don't know when Yuji's going to be back around. That's usually the big guy that competes up against Dardoch for best jungler, sometimes even best player in the league. Dardoch can really take over here, and it's definitely going to be a tall task for Mr. Munchie on the right side to go forward with. But hey, it's got to be reinvigorating knowing, Munchie, that Blue Water said, we want to build this team around you. We believe in you to lead us towards another Blue Otter summer. We are in to our Game 1 draft, our first draft of what should hopefully be a long and competitive day, and already seeing some classics of the current patch being banned away. That Camille ban, if you are unfamiliar, is for how disgusting she is as a support champion right now.
Yeah, a lot of reach and a lot of roam potential as the roamer's taken away. No Bard, no Camille for Manui. And frankly, the Vi ban tells me we might see, or Poppy ban tells me we might see an early Vi here for Dardoch if that is going to be the case. But for, going up against Blade, I do want to pull on that Munchie thread real quick, Slayer, because I feel like it's kind of surprising for fans at home to be like, oh, Blue Otter, the sole returner member is someone that we felt like was the weakest member of this team last split. But I think it does speak to what Blue Otter still views in Munchie, just potential-wise, and again, what he needed last split. I think filling the room with a lot more, experience in a way and a little bit more success and pedigree. Opportunity for Munchie to really step up and prove that, as I do know from talking with Blue, they really wanted a mid laner that had some experience. Just having a rookie mid and a rookie jungle really difficult, and we'll see if Young ends up helping Munchie, as we'll be denying that Orianna-Jarvan combo, taking the Orianna for Young, and trying to find something to at least try and play into this first pick Jarvan that's showing for Dardoch.
You can already see that a lot of the staple champions that we saw Spawn go to consistently last split, a few marksmen left and remaining, are now off the board. He played a ton of Caitlyn. That was a good ban by Blue. And now they're going to get Levitate on the Ezreal, which is also a champion that Spawn has found a lot of comfortability in. So as we continue to talk about how much different bottom lane is going to look as a whole in this summer split compared to our spring counterpart, we'll see exactly where Spawn's head is going to be at here. I'm just personally over here, and on a personal note, happy to just watch my boy Levitate on the Ezreal. But it's going to be the Ziggs that we've seen crop up in popularity. Mobility piloted this one to a win yesterday, and it looks like Spawn's been getting reps on a mage. You just got to in this day and age.
I feel like Ezreal was kind of picked to dissuade Ziggs a little bit, but Ziggs going to be taken. You have the Cataclysm, so if Orianna's down flash, real potential to try and punish there, as Lessa going to take the Cassio. So I got to say that there is potential where I guess you could double flex Ziggs and Cassio. I expect this to be a Ziggs bot. I don't love the matchup for Cassio into Orianna, but if junglers are able to be involved, I think this puts a lot of pressure for Munchie to take a jungler that can skirmish in the mid lane as well, as Wukong going to be locked in for him. So it does give a ball carrier and a shockwave combo for Blue Otter.
And, and a skirmisher, right? Definitely can throw down with a lot. I'm glad you mentioned like the mid lane focus. What I noticed yesterday is of our two matchups, it felt like there was a ton of focus on just playing around mid laners as junglers and supports with the roamability you talked about. And it's definitely something that taps right into how CCG was playing even last split when that wasn't as much of a focal point.
And something that we're likely to see more of in a game where we think that Ziggs and Ezreal are going to be bots. So opportunity for supports to move.
Bye-bye 80 carries.
Yeah. Speaking of 80s, as we go through this next phase too, I think Levitate and Spawn, it talked about how Spawn, was competing for his spot back with Blue Water last split, not the split that Spawn wanted. I think for Levitate, that I can kind of say something similar. I really feel like Supernova, they got hot at the end of the regular season. They were not viewed as one of the top 2, top 3 teams throughout the regular season, but then by the end of the regular season, they were sitting with that 2 seed. And I thought a lot of that was based on good play coming out from Levitate and Zyko. But then we saw in playoffs just a couple games where Levitate didn't quite position well enough at those later stages, help Supernova fall to Winthrop University, and didn't have the playoff placement based on that regular season result. So I think an opportunity for Levitate returning, reuniting with Blue Water here for the summer, get back to some comfort, some comfortable people around him, and hopefully get the best out of Levitate. Because for me, his form, when it was spiking, that's when Supernova was spiking. And then also in playoffs, kind of on a down, Supernova got knocked out early. So I would like to see Levitate up that consistency a little bit, because we really feel like he can be an AD. It can be talked about as someone that is one of the better ADs in the league, but sometimes we just don't see that consistently quite enough.
Yeah, I'm glad you called back to that. I know exactly what series you're talking about. That Supernova over Maryville win was very much propelled by how well Levitate was able to play. Got through the second phase of bans. A lot of staples do come across here. The York ban is a Fiji go-to when he can't get towards his tanks. But here's a champion that we've also seen cropping up a bit more already in the NACL.
Possible.
2 days in a row, we're going to get the Shen. And like you mentioned, if you're a fan of OWN and BLG, this is a flexible pick between support and top lane.
It's got to be something that Manui can play. Manui was playing multiple roles here for UCI. So definitely expecting for him to be comfortable putting this in the support role if necessary. But Fiji, I got to say, Fiji, prepping some extra champions for playoffs was good to see. We saw him find a Rumble win. I want to see Fiji continue to kind of expand his horizons, because when he does play the tanks, it's very clear that he has a lot of proficiency and shows more proficiency on those champs than other champions. But if you want to play League for a long time at a high level, you got to show that you are, not meta dependent. You can play in multiple different metas and multiple different styles, especially now with Fearless. We'd love to see Fiji throughout this split really show a little bit more flexibility. Feel like that's the point of growth that our rookie of the split from last split can really show growth-wise. But his tank play, fantastic as always, why he won that award. And I have to see if he can show that again in the Cassandra here.
Here comes the R5 out of Blue Water. And it does seem like Manui is going to be on the Shen, and it's going to be a tank v tank matchup. A rare one for Fiji to see. Usually most of the time knowing, opponents knowing his pool, they try and win lane hard off of that. But Philip is going to opt in for the tank v tank matchup. So, Cubby, we already mentioned it, right? How mid lane's going to be the hot hangout spot in this game one. We've got Ezreal versus Ziggs in the bottom lane, and Giga Tank Cassante versus Giga Tank Ornn in the top lane. Observers, I'm going to help you out before we even get into the game here. I think we could just keep the camera on mid for like the first 10 minutes of this one.
Yeah, probably going to be a lot of action around there as CCG. I do think that getting Cassio a little bit of a lead early going to be important because I think the way the blue drafted, a lot of things that can kind of range gate Cassiopeia. Ornn, Wukong, Ezreal with Orianna combos as well. I'll have the opportunity to interact outside of the range of Cassio initially. I think that the blue water engages have to be clean because if not, diving uncleanly into a Cassio and Ziggs can be very punishing.
Yes.
On the flip side, CCG, a lot of Wombo combos showing with the Rel, Jarvan, Ziggs, and then the Cassio ground coming in too to try and keep everyone in place and make sure that CCG can get that damage down. So I think we have a little bit of different styles clashing. Just want to see if Blue Water, I think a big thing for them, I don't expect them to get ahead early on in the lane phase, but if they do, holding space against Cassiopeia, forcing Cassio to walk into things, is going to make this game a little bit more difficult for CCG. So I think it's important that they get a little bit of a lead early so they can play from ahead and don't have to have Cassio walk into things that will hurt her in terms of range, like Ezreal and Orianna.
And speaking on that CCG damage profile, starting to recognize even more so why Phil may have opted for this Ornn. We're going Cassio Ziggs with a Jarvan in the jungle and then double tank engage in both Cassante and Rel. There is really, really low AD damage into this comp. So Shen, Ornn, they're going to be stacking armor. Wukong can stack armor. Could be a pivotal spin in the items that could sway our matchup as we hit the rift for game one for the first time in the summer split. Getting our look at CCG and Blue Water.
You know, sometimes Slayer, I just kind of auto-pause for like the Jaios coming in from LPL. We don't have those here, but...
Ingrained in your brain, I get it. Yeah,
yeah. A little. I mean, it is a fun.
You can always make your
moment.
own Jaios, if you really want to, Cubby.
We could, but I like to try and get clipped for non-cringe moments, even though that's usually what I specialize in. I put a little bit of effort outside of that. Jungler is going to be matched, or I should say mirrored in their clearings. Looks like Wukong going to go red side down. Meanwhile, Dardon going to make his way up in terms of pathing, and still think that Diagnosis Slayer and frankly, our observers listening to some of those commands, taking a look at mid early to see what happens is, of course, our featured matchup. Both Thessa and Young coming into the league. Young, an NICL champion, stepping back in with Blue Water, and we're going to have to see what he can do.
Yeah, shout out to our amazing observer team for recognizing. It was not a command, It was
clicking mid, going to get a water, and it will come back in a sec,
Hopefully they didn't take my sentence too literally. We're not actually staring at. I said 10 minutes of mid lane action. We'll see. We'll see if that keeps up, but we're definitely going to get through at least 2 waves worth of these 2 mid laners trading for creeps so far. Definitely, I would say, talking about the jungle matchup and how much they're going to have to really kickstart a lot of the action here with how we've portrayed, especially the top and bottom lanes. Definitely a bit of onus earlier on to Dardoch here. The fact that the Wukong really wants to get that Cyclone is really about power farming, but we already do see Dardoch finish off his red quadrant, takes it back to get that first longsword, and he's going to make his way up towards his top side. Maybe expecting that he could have to fight for one of these crabs, but as you mentioned, the mirrored clears means that they're not actually going to end up running into each other. And I'm seeing that CCG's got push in really all 3 lanes at this current spot.
Yeah, I think somewhat what expected. Need a few levels on Orianna before those dissonance chunks really come in and start hurting Cassio. And meanwhile, Cassante Ornn, we're gonna. It's just gonna be a tank battle up there. Which, as much as you said, is the Fiji comfort zone. Frankly, it's kind of where Philip made his bread and butter too in NACL. So it'll be fun to see those two clash up there in the top side. See what Philip can bring out as Philip. Definitely a player that Manui has a lot of confidence in being reunited with these two guys, oftentimes being paired together in their teams in the past. So I think it finds some of that Cincinnati Fear magic that we had with them and XU being the core for many teams on that squad. Try and at least help, again, Blue Water find, at least, I think, what some of their fans are looking for, which was a squad that stuck with the same core for a lot of their time in NACL and were scaling up in the league. They tried something different in spring, didn't quite find the success and improving their finish, and of course in summer, changing their approach. But Blue Water, a team that I like having in the league, not just because of what they do on socials, but because I think they give a lot of opportunities to new players to play with some experience, and they really try and focus on scaling up those new players too, as I feel like really can be shown by the fact they just stuck with Munchie and put a different team around them.
It goes back to that initial identity of Blue Water. Hey, they promoted from the OQs. You don't just pick up a full NACL squad to get back into the NACL. You got to believe in some of those rookies, those unproven talent. I think that's a great adage there. I did spot, by the way, when we got our one lone look at bottom lane, that I do see Levitate actually going Doran's Helm on the Ezreal. Don't always see that. I assume it's just to help alleviate some of the pressure and the superior poke that the Ziggs can bring into this bottom lane. But that's a nice little adage that you don't normally see out of Ezreal players.
Yeah, that is interesting. I don't mind it, though. Like, you're going to get poked going up against Zig,
yeah,
especially early, so it allows Levitate to stick around, at least go even. Try and find that 3-item spike on time or early. So I feel like Ezreal gets to be really happy in this matchup. And frankly, Blue Water trying to get some experience. We'll see when the supports start moving. I feel like Manui at 6 obviously can make his impact be felt anywhere and everywhere on the map. See if that ends up being the call.
Have a relatively calm opening 5 minutes, even in the mid lane. We've seen Lessa take some pretty good trades, as you mentioned. The Orianna poke trade back isn't as good yet, so has been able to get some semblance of a CS lead so far in the mid lane. Coming out from the CCG mid laner, both of the junglers are going to click on over towards those ultimates. And on the bot side of the map, Blue Otter with the reset coming through for both spawn and only 35. Munchie right on timer is going to combine, and they're going to pick up this first dragon with ease. So good little bit of macro there coming out from Blue Otter, likely to be led by Manui, knowing that they had the timer for that, and they were going to pick up the dragon stacking early.
Yeah, good start. I mean, again, these are mirrored clears, so at this time you can see Wukong working on his last respawn camp.
Okay,
German going to go try and punish. I would say going to avoid that, and it's just an early advantage early for Blue Otter as they take that dragon for themselves. Only punishes for Dardoch to look at enemy red buff, which he can't find, and I think Crab Spawn also ended up on Munchie's side of the map, so good start here for Blue Otter as Munchie slightly ahead in this matchup. And Manui got the crab. That's too bad.
You know,
he's laughing at the player cam. You know, he's laughing at his jungler's demise. Sadly,
as we always say around here, jungle diff.
Well, yeah, that hurts. He doesn't have smite for this. He didn't get the camp. He would have 6. That smite did help, and frankly, Dardoch gonna respect it anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if Dardoch has the info that there is that smite difference. So Munchie will instead take over level 6 before Dardoch. Dardoch, I mean, this is a long walk. You talk about tempo. He's got to walk all the way over to his red side to get over to this level 6 here, but he'll at least know that Munchie is not trying to look for anything just yet with the Cyclone by the time he gets that Cataclysm up. But level 6 spikes, I would feel, are really massive here for Blue Otter at this point. We talked about the Cyclone, but if Manui can tick over towards that level 6, you really bring a lot of extra map pressure into the rest of this game for Blue Otter with that Stand United.
Just a really happy point in the game, too, for Munchie, because if you're playing Wukong, you know, Triforce versus Sundered Sky, your item's a bit more. Really important that you're able to get that Triforce on time or early versus the Sundered Sky if you want to have a chance in this matchup. It's just given the strength of Sundered Sky early, so important that Munchie has a little bit of a lead and going to bring that tank-busting ability to that big top side. And in a team where I kind of expect Ornn to stack up some MR, having the tank bust to deal with those big armor stackers and try and get access to that backline going to be important here for Blue Otter. So, good start from Munchie as he's get closer and closer to finishing up that Trinity Force, and we'll see if we have any action around the Grubs, because I feel like Shen does provide a lot of power with that Stand United. And Manui just did ding 6 and is on this top side as both of our teams looking at the next objective that's spawning.
We're finally getting all this action towards the mid lane, but it's not the supports looking to fight. It's actually, I'm pretty sure them looking to leech XP, but only 35 will not get access to that Magnet Storm. His jungler has started up the grubs. Fiji is going to have first walk down. A lot of swaps came out here from both of our squads, but Blue Otter, they're just much later to this play.
And they don't want to fight the 5-mana CCG. I think that right now, if they were to fight, I would really favor what the Jarvan and Ziggs can do in that grouped up scenario. So I think Blue Otter just going to respect that. They cede over the 3 grubs, even though they look to contest. And we'll just kind of end up with, as you called out, Slayer, is a swap scenario, as both teams did want to end up contesting grubs. CCG just first to the play, and that gets them 3 grubs in their pockets.
Yep. You know, it is really interesting, right? Because the way Philip pathed on this swap play, they were going to send their bottom lane up, but Philip actually walked mid, maybe thinking that there could be a fight that he has to show up to. But then when the call came off for Blue Otter, Philip then has to walk from mid all the way down to this bot lane. He's not going to end up losing any CS, but he actually allowed Fiji to be first to that grubs play and then get back on the swap bot side before Philip did. So again, right now, it's something you talked about, right? That we saw week 1 from CCG in the spring. They just moved better as a team. They felt a lot more succinct as a squad and showed, hey, listen, we're going to be a threat. I'm already seeing in this matchup against Blue Otter them making more headstrong moves, and it's manifested into the grub lead and almost nearly 1,000 gold in their pocket as well.
Yeah, well, it was a good move from Fiji, and frankly, I think we had 2 neutral objectives secured cleanly off of good timing. As CCG, they were first on the play, make sure the grubs go in their pocket, and of course that dragon being secured off a bot lane swap that was called out by Blue Otter. Quite nice as well. They got that one for themselves, so... See what ends up continuing here is, I think if you're in Blue Otter's shoes, really want to wait till those Trinity forces come through on the Wukong and the Ezreal before you end up pulling the trigger on any fights. And I think CCG, they're starting to fall in that part of the game now where Cassio's troughing. You can see Young, he's down a couple waves of CS, but he's starting to push out Cassio in the matchup now that it's 9, and the double scaling items are coming in for this Cassiopeia.
Yep.
A lot of members around mid lane here for Blue.
Levitate.
Gonna look to see if they can maybe make a play. Munchie.
All right, Munchie poking and prodding onto Dardoch. Manui's going to get the double top down to set up the True Shot Barrage. The Ducks come down from Dardoch. Magnet Storm as the Inferno Bomb comes across as well. But First Blood goes over to spawn as Munchie drops. Munchie still chasing for more as Dardoch will be traded out here in the face of Spawn. The Dragon has joined the fray, and we finally have some bloodshed on the Rift. Munchie and Levitate trying to just burn through this Dragon, but Spawn's got such heavy poke threat that they just have to completely come off of it. So it's just the split of kills, nothing else.
Trade up on the split, but Spawn forcing them out means that CCG comes out up tempo. Dardoch, I think there was an option for him to maybe go straight to that Dragon and contest it. Not going to be the call, as Levitate does base, does TP back out to make sure that this wave is at least answered. And CCG is going to walk away. It's a small gold lead in their pockets, but a lot of that's from not what we've seen on camera, but from some of those moves that you called out, Slayer, with Fiji just ending up with a bonus wave in his pockets. And looks like he's turned that into a small lead now versus Philip, which is where CCG has a small lead on the map.
Oh, look at this little fake outs. So Manui sticking with Young to try and threaten Dardoch, but they're really just trying to drag his attention away from this Dragon. Then Munchie and Levitate will not give up. Munchie is going to finally claim this as Levitate gets hopped on only
Levitate,
35.
no flash.
Decent chunk damage here from Spawn, and Levitate is just going to have to sacrifice himself. Blue Otter really wanted that second Drake to keep the stacking going, but it's going to cost them their 80 carry.
Yeah, but mid got traded out too. Lessa went down to an Ornal in the mid lane. So ult's coming out from the solo laners of Blue Water. Make sure that that's a 1-for-1 as the Cassio falls and TP is being used to answer elsewhere. So Fiji gets that mid wave in. It does have grubs, so a little bit more gold over to the Cassante, but Blue Water able to answer most. And it's a gold lead for CCG and 2 dragons for Blue Water in a game 1 that still feels very close.
And where is the gold mostly allocated in those leads? We talked a bit about Fiji, who is in that rare company, being able to get this lead up against Philip. But Spawn, having both of those kills on the Ziggs, is impactful as he's just be such a huge range and scale threat. So we get a look back at that Dragon take. And Levitate, like you mentioned, just had no flash, and there was no chance. But this is what we really wanted to see. Oh!
Ooh. You know what? It was a Fiji TP coming in. Knew he had help coming, but Phillips' walk was faster than Fiji getting in. So, flash in to make a play. Nice reaction from Young, and well, that kind of doomed Lester from the start. Once he flashes in and doesn't find that play, no playing your way out of that one anymore.
Yeah, the look away from the petrifying gaze really was the difference maker there. Keep the pressure going nonetheless. This is why we really thought the mid lane would be such a focal point, as you're seeing now. Manui and only 35, they are just out on the map wherever they can be to look for some of these further skirmishes. It's been a really good job. I feel like whenever you see one of them, the other one is nearby. Manui and only 35 are really matching their roam timers, but we're still yet to see Manui find an angle for that stand united just yet. Can be used, obviously, in the defensive measure to maybe save a Blue Otter member, but a lot of the reason you use this support Shen is the old offensive Shen, aggressive Shen.
Yeah, he popped it in the first fight and then ended up going down to an auto attack, so not a lot of value in that first fight for the Stand United, but back up off cooldown now, an opportunity to try and find numbers if Nui wants to make the play. Fiji.
Oh, Fiji, some nice Cassante tech. He's going to pull Philip over the wall with the all-out, and now with the damage boost, should be able to find this solo. The Stand United is going to come across here. Manui gets the top down as Philip lands the Forge God knock-up. Fiji getting the shields with the Total Strikes will not pull Philip back in. It's the True Shot Barrage that should just finish this one off. Fiji goes down in the wet noodle fight to that Stand United from Manui.
Was a good opener from Fiji, but the Stand United, the Fear members hold strong, reunited here on Blue Otter, and make sure that they end up finding the win in the side lane. That said, 3 grub push mid. Tower does fall to the Ziggs, as Spawn takes that one for himself. So, I mean, Kill, one more goes over to Blue Otter, but gold still looks good for CCG, as I think Dardoch's going to secure this Rift Herald for free. Next point of tension for me going to be this dragon spawning. It is a Hextech soul, really strong dragon to get on the map, and could be a soul point for Blue Water for CCG, given they took this Herald. Likely to be fighting for control on that bot side versus Blue Water, who are building up that control now.
They're trying to match the cross map, get some extra plates down like you talked about here. Much you can steal away some of those bot camps. But overall, it's still CCG clinging to a pretty big gold lead, and a lot of that is going to be in the pocket of Spawn. With his TP soon to come back up, I'm curious to see if he can actually get over the hump onto that 2-item standpoint before this next fight kicks off, because Spawn has itemized like a guy who knows he's ahead. With the Ludens already completed, there's just so much innate upfront burst. Blue Water are going to have to be pretty worried about. That dive shockwave combo, like you were talking about. We need to see Munchu, we need to see Young disturb this Ziggs, or Spawn will really help CCG win any sort of fight that we project will happen around this third dragon you called out in 40 seconds.
Yeah, given the house stacking coming in from Orange Shen and Wukong, going for the Leandri second is Spawn. So, trying to deal with the health stackers on Blue Water. Whereas Reset's coming out, Dragon spawning in 30, Blue Water kind of late to get back out on the map. They do have the ports to try and answer, but yeah, CCG, really good job to get out here and take control, because we talked about the importance of holding that space as the Ziggs and not walking as the Cassio is Young.
Oh
that
my
goes
God,
wide.
right. Spawn has to flash. We're going to see a re-engage with a taunt from Dardoch. He gets pulled. He's going to hop into the Battle Herald. Only 35 flash forward the Magnet Storm into the Inferno Bomb. Boom goes the hammer from CCG. And just like that, Young and Philip are wiped out. And Blue Otter are sent packing. A fight win for CCG, and they'll be able to stop the Dragon stacking as well.
Fantastic fight from CCG as the returners in Dardoch and only 35 ran the engage on that one. Yeah, the Shelly was flashy, but what a flash from only 35 to find 2. Syncs up nicely with the new marksman in Spawn with the Super Mega Inferno Bomb to make sure the priority members of Blue Water were out of the fight. That got them the fight win, gets them the Dragon, gets CCG control over this game 1.
What a find. It all starts with, seeing that Young burns that flash earlier to try and get that catch on to Spawn. But this is what only 35's bread and butter is. We hyped him up at deservingly so for how he's able to adapt to a much different support meta in the spring. But now that we're seeing, roaming supports become more of a larger factor, engaged supports getting back into the meta, now we all get to see what Only 35 made his bread and butter on, finding engages like that.
Yeah, that's what I remember him for, but it's so much more consistent now on this team,
totally.
too. I very much viewed Only 35 as kind of an impatient flipper, and I now view him as a much more consistent playmaker on this squad. I don't know exactly what changed. I don't know if it's just playing with Dardoch, having more direction overall, or really a change in mentality from Only 35, who I feel like is looking at these opportunities as ones to cash in on. I really feel like the passion we hear from him, whether it's a player interview talking about things that are greater than video games or greater than themselves, or just player cams where, he's yelling when his team finds wins. This means something to him. And I think that we've really seen him take that, use that motivation to elevate his play significantly. And what we've seen from him this year is a find from Dardoch and Only 35 again.
Yep, Manui gonna have to burn the heal here, trying to desperately run away. He's gonna use the dash to get over the wall, but so can Dardoch. Inferno Bomb gonna pick up the kill, and Manui caught going on a ward clearing mission.
Dardoch even gonna spear some of those baby Krugs away. Keep in mind, this is a 3-rub push.
Here. Young no flash. Double knockup comes down. The shockwave defensively, but the petrifying gaze of Miasma is too much for Young to bear, and Munchie will fall right behind him. The hit squad for CCG just keeps on finding kills.
I mean, we talked about Orianna and denying that Shockwave Cataclysm combo, but man, throwing the miasma and the Cataclysm there was dire. No way that Blue Otter could get their way out of that one. Is trying to answer back. They will get Cassio.
Find. Yeah, nice find from Philip on the Forge God. Hit up. Lessa, even with that speed up, will not be able to outrun Philip, so something back for the Otters.
Job to Manui, but still, Dardoch and Only 35, the way that they have snowballed the last two plays together, I think Blue Otter were just late to find control over that third dragon. They were fighting an uphill battle, and Dardoch Only 35 really cashed into the control. That was such a monster flash engage from Only 35 there, and then on the flip side, Blue Otter is trying to get control back around the Baron side before it spawns. It was CCG there first to the play again, and they cashed in, and that angle to find the dive, I didn't see that. I really felt like with 3 grubs, they just go to take the turret, but no. That turret didn't mean much to the 3 grub team. They knew they could get it to fall over anyway. They dive anyway, and man, what a combo between the Cataclysm and that Miasma. No movement available for Blue Otter, and honestly, not a lot of plays available for Blue Otter left, because down 5k gold at this point. These dragons got to mean more. I think they really need to try and snipe these away, because it doesn't feel like they have ways to get gold in the map. Just with CCG, how they're playing around the Cassio in the side lane, no one can really match it. They need to match it in the group scenarios. They can't match it in those side lane scenarios.
You talked a lot about the health stacking just in general going on in this game, but for Blue Otter, Lessa, the row is coming along, the Seraph Shield's there. 5k gold lead, Dardoch feeling confident. CCG are going after the Baron here. Double TP is going to have to come through from both Blue Otter carries, but they're late to get out here. Just now, Young will land, levitate off to the side. See, but there's Only 35 with another beautiful Magnet Storm engage. The Inferno Bomb over top knocks Manui out of the fight. Levitate's going to have to flash away from Dardoch, but the dunk down will still find Levitate. The Arcade Shift isn't going to be enough. Dardoch goes on a killing spree, and all of Blue Otter have to sprint out of their jungle. It's an Only 35 wonderful engage again, and more CCG dominance.
Yeah, the fact they only got Levitate kind of surprising there, just because Only 35 engaged on everyone else, but Levitate being split from his team, kind of banana comboed, had the E out, tried to come back in. Is going to look Fiji before this dragon spawns.
Good unstoppable. It does get knocked out by the Horn. Both Cyclones will knock him out, but Fiji wants to turn this. He's going to go all out. Moody with the Stand United will show up unless it's TP'd in. Knockup score going to come across, but there's the Petrifying Gaze on to 3 from Leza. Stuns Blue Otter right where they're standing. You thought you had a pick onto Fiji, but nobody goes after the CCG top laner alone. 2 more back towards CCG, and they're going to redance with Baron once more.
Welcome to NACL. Lessa monster 3-man petrifying gaze shuts that play down in its path. CCG has options, but they're on the Baron side. Going to start up this objective. No marksman, going to take a little bit longer. TP coming in. I think it might be an opportunity for Blue to secure the soul point, as CCG does secure this Baron for themselves off A really good answer. Good TP coming in from Lessa, and a huge ult turned that play right on its head.
CCG just better on the map, as we knew them from the spring split. So new AD carry, new mid laner, but not new identity. Blue Water, like you called out, trying to go for that soul. Only 35, already into the pit here, and nobody cares about him. Blue Water, they're just trying to desperately finish this dragon, but Dardoch is over the wall. Does he have a patented steal? No, Munchie will find that one, but it's going to cost him his life, and Lessa has taken the Hex Gate to try and flake out the rest of Blue Water, running right at them with torrential pace. Only 35, trying to close this gap. He wants another monster engage, but he's not going to get it.
Time for the Baron push now for CCG, as Young did get that top outer as well. Honestly, a decent answer from Blue. After that top play went sideways, you're going to give over the Baron. The fact that you got an outer turret and a dragon off that, I'd say better than what was expected, but this is CCG's map now. As the Baron deploy is out, they're going to knock down the bot inner turret first. And with the 3 grub Ziggs push going on, it's going to be really tough for Blue Water to defend these Baron waves.
8,000 gold lead. Let's get a look at Dardoch's stats from this game. Currently up 2.7 thousand over Munchie. Definitely was a matchup that we were looking forward to, with how much these teams rely on the success of their junglers to find wins. And well, that sort of analysis is starting to hold true with the lead that Dardoch has on his own. The largest lead in this game by far.
It really just has been the finds, and I got to give Spawn kudos for the way that he's been able to follow up, because it has been Dardoch and only 35, and the numbers are in their favor. Only 35 is 100% KP right now. These two have been playing really well, the duo that really tried to help build this team together for CCG as they found replacements. It has been the duo that's looked really good in how they've been able to run the map, and Spawn right there to follow up behind him. All the bombs have been on point from him. And then Lessa, the flashy play in the top side. That is what has CCG this lead right now, is no signs of this push slowing down yet. And Blue Water, I think they need a lot of time to get the items, and they don't have that time available to them with how CCG has been pushing forward.
Silver lining about the gold deficit is that Philip is over now to level 15, so he's going to start looking for those Ornn augments that will give just 1,000 gold of raw stats back over, so that will help chip into this gold deficit. But even at that point, the later this game goes, with Ziggs and Cassio already in such great positions, up against an Ezreal, a champion that can really kind of flatten out as the game goes later in items, and Orianna that can kind of match the scaling, but of course is behind Lessa. Even if this game kind of gets dragged out, I feel like CCG are still favored in their damage-dealing counterparts.
Yeah. It's got to be that clash of styles, and because the engages have been so sound from CCG, we haven't seen the scenarios from Levitate and Young where they get a few rounds of cooldowns out and they actually get to poke and use some of that range advantage, at least against the Cassio. I know Ziggs can kind of fixes that for CCG, but the story has been about the engages coming out from only 35 and Dardoch, and about this big play in the top side, as our Philips Norelco precision play is indeed this petrifying gaze from Lessa, where, you know, sometimes you go into the bathroom, you look in the mirror, and you freeze like this. You just realize that you got to shave, and that's when you got to use the Philips Norelco One Blade. As, you know, you make sure that you're going to see yourself as one, not look in the mirror, see stars, see 3 of you. That's not good. You want to look clean. You want to look your best. You want to play your best. You want to play like Lessa. That's why we've got Philips Norelco One Blade to help us out.
Yeah, and I'm sure the NACL viewers will spot and can maybe cite exactly when they felt like Cubby looked in the mirror and should have did that last split. But I'm sure he had the One Blade to help him out nonetheless here. We're about a minute out from a Hextech Drake coming back onto the Rift here. And the main point of emphasis on that one is that it's the real only big catalyst the Blue Otter can rely on to try and find a way to overcome this big gold deficit. Like I pointed out, though, Cubby, we do have 3 Ornn Augment upgrades, 1 onto Young and Levitate apiece. So, listen, 9,000 gold is still a huge ton, but I'd say it's more like 5.5K gold. Still a lot, though.
I think Blue have to give this. Just
buy more time to hit some items.
Just try and buy more time. Also, they've got full control. CCG does. Like, look at where Ziggs is, look at where Dardoch is. I think that Spawn's got a TP. Why we're seeing him hit recall so late, can get back out. Full conditions, full items, and just be as strong as possible for this fight. As I know that, we talked about the scaling, the Ziggs Cassio can be scary, but they can find the fight where it's the Wombo with the Ornn, it's good. I just think it's got to be a full give. And
oh boy, they're TPing behind him. Oh, Dardoch's already going to flash. Levitating going to have to flash out of the Cataclysm, but he is done for. Only a matter of time, and who's going to collect the gold? It will be Spawn to go on that rampage. Shockwave back on only 35, though. Going to set up for the Ornn Horn to come down. Only 35. A bit too far up there. Will give one back, a shutdown at that to Young, and all the while this Dragon attention's been the focal point. Munchie's getting into his split push era. He's cracked a tier 2 full of objective bounty gold, and even got the plate on the tier 3 turret, so a big gold swing there for Blue Water in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, it was a 2-for-1 in favor of CCG, but only 35, too far up there, and again, Munchie just dedicating the split. I do think that Levitate has to give that wave. I know that you're Ezreal, you just can't be on that wave if you're going to have your jungler showing top like that. It really enables CCG to push as hard as they did, and outside of only 35 pushing a little bit too much, would have been a really sound play for them, as CCG were able to pick up the Dragon, deny the soul. Some gold given back to Blue Water, but full control is the game for CCG. They're going to start off this Baron and make Blue Water come to them and fight this gold deficit.
This is the same choke point that only 35 found a hero, a Magnet Storm, but this time it's Fiji that's taking up the Putman job here. Only 35 in Fiji, just trying to make sure nobody named Blue Water can get into the pit. It's going to cost a Shockwave on only 35's head. He will end up dropping, but the Baron is secured for CCG. Mega Inferno Bomb came down from spawn to get some decent poke damage. Munchie off to the side is trying to find this flank, but CCG look like they just want to take the fight to that very same choke. Manui poked out. Philip gonna have to flash out of a Cataclysm as Fiji has marked Munchie off to the side. Says, no, sir. You will not flank my backline. And the fight, in fact, is actually over. One kill given back to Blue Water, but it's the second Baron of the game for CCG.
Yeah, I think that was only 35 just giving a cheer to Valhalla, making sure that his team could walk out there just fine and empowered. As support goes down, objective secured. You'll take that for CCG. See what else they can get on this Baron push, as closing the game out against Orianna Ezreal. Not the easiest task that we've seen so far, but still a task that we feel like CCG is up to. You want to see a little bit more cohesiveness as they try and get into the base and, find the combos that did get them to this position in the first place. We're looking for the Jarvan to reconnect a little bit here with the Ziggs and the Rel, as, again, this Baron just got low, and they can see where Munchie's at. And Fiji used the all-out to drag that Wukong further away. Spawn got a lot of damage down, does a nice job of holding the choke as Normal Blood came in. Baron secured for the support, and Philip going to be trying to run for the hills here.
That's a triple deluxe health bar, but here's Leza and Spawn. They're just going to hit much harder. Inferno Bomb over top, though, won't be enough. And Philip's able to wade his way out, but a lot of key ultimates were off the board there from both sides. No Shockwave, no Ornn Horn. So a lot harder for Blue Water to kind of stop this push. And with 3 grubs, another Baron wave coming through, the inhibitor is in tatters. CCG going to try and get out with just that, but Munchie's looking to fight forward. Going to flash on top of Leza. Flash top from Manui. They've locked down the Cassio. Fiji going to go out to pull Munchie away from Leza, but he's just got too much damn health to burn through. Goes on a killing spree, and CCG once again pounce in counterattack fashion right on top of Blue Water, and this one will be the finale. They've got the wave, and it's only the carries of Blue Water standing in the way of CCG's first game win of the summer split. Nexus turret down, only 35, itching for an engage. The Dardoch will lead first. It's a good stasis from Young out the Inferno Bomb, but he is done for nonetheless. Only Levitate can watch as game 1 crumbles in favor of CCG.
New roster for CCG, same team that plays as a unit in that game 1, as it was really Spawn following up nicely on a jungle support duo that ran the map there for Dardoch and only 35. They looked really good in that game. Felt like the pace was dictated by them. Spawn with the follow-up was solid. And then Lessa with the big play in the top side to really secure that first Baron and make sure the lead was in CCG's favor. Solid game for CCG as they make their debut in summer.
I'm glad you gave the shout out to Lessa, because if we remember correctly, his very first play in the NACL was a flash whiff, miasma petrifying gaze. What do we call that, folks? We call that rookie jitters, you know? You got to get one. You get it out of the way. What does he do the next time he throws it down? Catches 3 people and turns them into stone. Very impressive game, really just across the board there from CCG. I'm sure CCG are feeling really nice whenever Fiji's tank style can come out of lane with a gold lead. We didn't get to see that too often last split, and, well, we get to see it now, and it was pretty impressive. The Cassante also had its big moments.
A solid game from him, and again, that gold lead, maybe we're not used to always seeing him up in lane, but how he got up in lane, doing a good job of walking on the map and maximizing resources / what he gives. That's what we're used to seeing from Fiji as a rookie of the split returns, and gets CCG off to a good start with that game 1 win.
Former runners-up in the NACL against relegation promoters, and it looked exactly as you expect off of those markers. CCG take a commanding 1-0 lead in our series. We're going to go to a quick break. On the other side, Blue Otter CCG Game 2 draft. We'll see you guys there.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Back in the flash here at the NACL Week 1, Day 2 action of our summer split. And we kicked off our day with, what you'd expect from the runners-up. CCG take a dominating Game 1 win where, Cubby, it felt like we had, real positive takeaways from everybody on the squad in this one.
Yeah, I really feel like Dardock and Only 35 ran the map, but I think every player had a couple moments where they stood out or made some good plays. And for CCG, different look, but also the same look of what we're used to seeing from that tri-code, what we've seen in the NACL this year, which is really solid team play. And saw that a lot with Dardock at the helm. Felt like it was a CCG win.
So now, the flip side, right? For Blue Water, what do we really want to take away from this? I felt like it really showed that they were kind of behind the 8 ball on a lot of the plays. Early on, they had a first good timer look to take that first dragon, but most of the time they were kind of playing secondary, kind of playing catch up to CCG on the map. Do we feel like draft was any of a burden on that and on their playmaking ability, or what's the general read from you, Cubby?
I feel like they could have made plays to that draft. I just think the fight, like the couple early fights they took, just weren't good enough, and I think how Only 35 found the split around that blue buff fight before that dragon split Levitate and Manui off, made him go around the wall and then flashed in, found the engage. Like, that's really good stuff from Only 35. Like, really good textbook League of Legends from someone that's snap engage support. So I feel like CCG just had better takes for what they were able to find that game, and you pair that with coming into the fights with a small advantage. You get a game that looks like what we had in Game 1, but looks like we got a side swap coming in. So Blue Water going to be on the left side. Bans are staying consistent with Blue Water again taking away that Scion, Caitlyn, and Nocturne. Same bans for CCG so far, even in spite of the side swap, as we have Camille and Bard taken away.
Yeah, intriguing, right? CCG are really saying, hey, listen, Manui, we're going to handicap your playmaking ability in this one. And the Poppy Band will stick the same. Yes, so the Poppy Band's a bit more flexible, but this is really CCG saying to me that they are trying to limit Manui's impact on this series. In particular, the B1 Nefiri, though, coming out from Blue Otter. So we're going right back to, Munchie trying to be that carry. This is the reason they constructed this team, to allow Munchie to play stuff like Nefiri and bring them wins.
Was a really big pick yesterday for Music, as Nefiri still a strong champ. That Cyclo Sword, being able to get that, your 1 and 2 item spikes on Nefiri are quite big as you try and drive home your lead in the game. So we'll see if Munchie can do that, and if he gets some pieces around him to help enable him, as I think that Nautilus goes up in priority now here for both teams as something that Manui might be able to use to give Nefiri that target to go after with the depth charge. So Varus secured here for Spawn. We have seen some changes made to Varus, as a little bit more power since we had NACL has been put into on-hit Varus versus poke Varus. Still a little bit of flexibility with builds, but on-hit and powered a little bit more than poke. Still seeing, I'd say, a little bit more of a mix of what type of Varus we get in games with the changes.
Yeah.
But going to be locked in here for what we expect to be Spawn. SVG has really been going to the shed in the offseason as a top lane Varus he's willing to play with Xin for Dardock.
That would be a fun flex to see. Definitely does take some level of gumption to see an assassin, one of the most overpowered assassins in the game right now, locked in and say, yeah, I'll pick it a mobile AD carry. So that's a bit of a good call there from Spawn for some confidence. The Renekton is going to be blinded here early. Yeah, that is a Philip classic. And I'm curious what the logic is to get the Renekton done this early. They're going to go and look to lock up some extra engage tools behind it as well. So Rakan is going to come through here. So top jungle and support in the first rotation out of Blue Otter.
Manui's got piggybackers to go off of, so can hop onto the backs in a Fury and or Renekton and try and get involved with these engages. And frankly, I think Philip with that Renekton, Orin's out of the pool. Fiji's next best pick into it's likely the Gragas, which we could see here, but slamming it down. This is something that is a Philip special, and we're going to get a Fiji special as it's going to be the Swain top into the Renekton.
I like it. I feel like Swain is at a point of strength that I don't know if necessarily everyone has seen. Obviously, it has its mostly in like the counter threat, right? But we saw Swain have an impact on MSI, and I really like this. I know this is something that Fiji definitely has in his bag. And how much does this do also to kind of like punish the fact that Renekton and Fury, they want to dive in. They have to dive into CCG. That's exactly what Swain wants you to do. I really love this pick.
It really dissuades a mage coming out for Levitate too, as I think part of the reason that we've seen Swain kind of reemerge is that when there is no marksman and you're lacking that high DPS damage, those are the types of games that champions like Swain can thrive in, where that's the damage profile you're looking to take those champions out. And yeah, that was the impact on MSI, right? We got the Zeus just start picking Swain and picking Mundo and pressing R and walking forward. In the drafts, you can do nothing to those champions. So still a couple elements of draft that Blue Water get to try and play into the Swain. And frankly, CCG taking away one of the better champions into it. Empowering everyone with more move speed against the Swain and having that high DPS marksman in the Sivir could be nice, but not going to be an option here for Levitate and Blue Water.
I like the Sivir ban a lot. Where you're talking about needing high DPS 80 carries to try and deal with this Swain. The bouncing boomerangs could be a real threat. It's a scaling high DPS threat, so good ban there. Something that I know Levitate also likes to go towards if he sees an angle like this where he's got to burn through a frontliner in Swain's capacity. Karma, once again, going to be the ban from Blue Otter as a bottom lane pairing, and that Syndra. Ooh. So Lulu is going to be the lock-in here for only 35. Does this signal that we're already feeling an on-hit Varus?
Yeah, potentially. I kind of like Lulu here. It's a good matchup into Rakan. Polymorph can really mess up some of your timings with the quickness into the Grand Entrance, and also the Wild Growth can cancel Grand Entrance if it's cast at the right time. Does empower that potential on-hit Varus, but definitely that Xin Zhao too, even if you do want to still go for poke Varus. But yeah, I think Lulu signals likely to see on-hit here for spawn, and likely going to impact what Levitate wants to lock in for himself here. As if it is going to be on-hit, at least with Jhin coming out now, would have a way to try and have range and have some control for the Swain, but I would like the Kai'Sa in dealing with the Swain, but I think into Varus and Lulu, Kai'Sa's really tough to get out of the lane phase. So this is a pick that Levitate's always been very comfortable on, but if it were to be that Kai'Sa, yeah, would really, I think, be hampered in lane by the Varus Lulu. So going to be the Jhin, going to take some of that range, but not really the DPS marksman you're looking for when it comes to dealing with the Swain.
Nope, not at all. Definitely going to be... I like the Jhin look, for sure. I think it makes sense. You have a lot of initial burst damage already covered, and the Victor as a scaling threat later on to play at range with you. The new man on the block, Lessa, is going to have this R5 pick, and he is going to end up going with the Annie. So that will officially lock in what we expected. Fiji will be taking the Swain top, and it is going to be spawned potentially on an on-hit Varus version. And we've got ourselves our game 2 draft here. I, again, really like this pairing for CCG. Dardoch and Lessa are going to be able to play together. The threat of an Annie Tibbers drop and a Xin Zhao playing as a two-man is a lot scarier to me, especially earlier on in the game, Cubby, than we think about Nefiri and Victor, right? That pairing doesn't necessarily synergize as much as you would see level 6-wise an Annie and a Xin Zhao for Dardoch and Lessa.
Yeah, I'm worried about the damage profile for Blue Water. I don't think they have enough damage. Nefiri can help with that, but Annie can be a real pain with that point-and-click stun. Yes, Nefiri has a way to play out of it, but can be hard to react to, at least the Tibbers, for Munchie. So I think they have a way to play into Nefiri. Less of being some engage, something that CCG needs. I mean, Swain and Lulu aren't exactly providing engage, so it's a tough matchup playing Annie into the Victor in isolation, but I think bringing the engage, bringing the Tibbers, it is something that CCG's comp really needed, and as a comp, I have a little bit more confidence in CCG's draft, just because I think that if Blue Water are not able to get this top side ahead, It takes a while for Victor damage to be relevant. It takes a while for Jhin damage to be relevant. Usually not relevant throughout the game. And the damage can be very relevant coming out of CCG. So if Vesa and Dardoch can have good moments together as this new mid-jungle duo, map's going to be run through them. And I do like the setup that they have to try and play into these sides that should feel good in this draft.
CCG, our spring runners-up, looking to make quick work of Blue Otter as we are back out on to the Rift. And Cubby, I definitely resonate with a lot of what you're talking about there. I think ease of execution for CCG in a lot of these early skirmishes is just far more appealing out of that draft. Do get to see the Ghost on spawn and the Lethal Tempo Keystone that virtually locks in what we were assuming. It is going to be that on-hit Varus. So what that does mean for Blue Otter at the very least is they have themselves a range advantage.
Yes. And part of why it puts the onus on Lessa to really have those good engages, because with the Victor lasers, with the Jhin ability to kind of slow down the game a little bit for Blue Otter. But we didn't see Blue Otter take advantage of that in the last draft, where we felt like they had tools to do the same into the Cassiopeia. Gonna have to see if they can change things up and be successful with that strategy this time around.
Got our junglers back on mirror clears once again here for this game too. Definitely Munchie gonna want proper pushing lanes here so that you can feel comfortable sort of power farming up and trying to just get as much gold into this Naafiri as quickly as possible. But we do also know that what kind of made Munchie a standout to get him the spot on Blue Otter was how aggressive he is willing to play these hard carry junglers. So gotta keep an eye on him to see if he'll get in any shenanigans, but not going to be the case for now. So he'll just path his way up towards his blue side, and both jugglers are pretty equally timed on their clears.
It is what got Munchie picked up, but I mean, always such a challenge going into Dardoch, who has been such a monster in this league since he has really rejoined it. Just feels like every split Dardoch is playing well and helping elevate the level of his team. So, I mean, when you're getting the best of your opponents individually and also helping your team get the best of other teams, yeah, Dardoch has been an insanely valuable player here for CCG. And definitely to be a tough out for Munchie, kind of like what we saw in the first game. But CB's up to the task, as so far in this one, Fiji going to have to eat that early base, TP back, try and get some early defenses into Philip on the Renekton. He is on the back foot a bit, having a few more resources to expend, the mana bar, but still a matchup that he picked into, and definitely a Swain where, you know, when he pulled it out in playoffs last split, Slayer, he was kind of like, hey, you know, don't forget about my Swain. I might be the tank player, but I made a name for myself on Swain first. Yeah,
no, when I talked to him before, or right at the beginning of the spring split, got to sit down with him in Slayer's Lair. He talked a lot about how Swain was just like a champion that he really resonated with early on. And of course, we talk about Fiji and his pan and Swain, and he immediately gets ganked here by Munchie. Good flash, though. Does get himself out of dodge, but that will be the flash off of the early game Swain. So no TP, no flash on Fiji.
I mean, flash was necessary, but I like how he played that with the W slow. I mean, he got 2 stacks, but forcing them to jump on top of him, using the slow and then flashing out, did ensure that he had enough space to get out and actually maintains enough of his health bar. So Philip gonna have to base, answer the TP to get back. But if Fiji's able to get this wave in and get a base, he's okay. Yes, he loses flash, but the gank could have been far more punishing. Did you put that one out?
Popped here from Spawn. He wants to just run down Manui. Flash is going to come through. Piercing Arrow was just a couple ticks of damage short of giving Spawn that kill. But he just, basically on his own, forces both Spawn and Levitate to take a reset there.
We'll put Spawn as Manui going to get back to base. Levitate going to catch this wave for himself, and it will be a priority base for CCG. So curious, I mean, with Dardoch on the bot side, there's an opportunity for him to do this, do Gromp, and then maybe look at the Dragon, because you got to imagine Levitate's got to match the base here that Spawn was able to just get off.
Yeah, such a rough wave to try and pick up, too, if you are Levitate with such low mana. Not fun as the Jhin, so he is going to fall behind basically a wave's worth of gold and take that reset.
He's skipping the Gromp. Yeah, it's a Dragon look on Spawn here for Dardoch, and you can see both Spawn and only 35 walking mid, so not even going bot. They're just going to come straight here and support this take. As again, they know that just based on base timers, Levitate has to go back to base to answer the base of Spawn. Spawn's out first, and they can really help take down that dragon. As Lessa going to get a little bit of the health bar chunk out as well. Bringing Young low, but will be first dragon secured by CCG.
Stop me if you heard this one before. Good map movements. Munchie's looking to try and gank onto Fiji, but the Demonic Ascension's been popped. Gets the Never Move to pull Philip back in. Philip is holding on to his dominance, trying to see how far Fiji will go out forward. They're going to wait out that Swain ult, and now look to re-engage. Philip going back forward, still not yet popping that dominance. He's now going to flash with dominance pop to get on top of Fiji. Munchie wants to join in, but he doesn't want to go through the turret just yet. Takes a couple of turret shots, drops the aggro, and Philip will pick up the first blood. Good revisit there from Munchie. Blue Water on the board.
Yeah, honestly, I think Fiji did his best to play out of that one. Had to try and hold the wave to make sure that Munchie couldn't get involved, but Philip pops the ult, pops the flash, able to take the kill for himself. As Munchie is able to sneak in, get a piece as well. That is something for Philip on the Renekton on the top side.
Got up to about a 600 gold lead. Do kind of want to talk a bit more about, we didn't get to in the moment, but the Swain top, you mentioned we'd seen it in the playoffs before. How does a top lane Swain, in your mind, kind of differentiate build path-wise from maybe where you'd seen in different roles?
Just defense. Like you're because you're top lane, you've got access to more base stats and HP. I think we're just seeing more of a priority on defense here for Swain and actually utilizing his pass for some of his kit to out-sustain some of the matchups versus the mid Swain, where you're getting a little bit more offense in there and looking to have more of a splash when you throw out your first couple rounds of abilities, whereas this Swain's just trying to stay alive forever. So with the Frozen Heart Rush, we'll see if Fiji is able to do just that. I expect some of that, some unending despair, and Spirit Visage coming in for this Swain too. And we'll see if Fiji can just be the biggest nuisance possible.
Well, the nuisance on the bot side has continued to be Spawn. Levitate opted for another Doran's Helm start, rushes the Swifty Boots. That just means 0 AD in any of these trades basically right now for Levitate versus this pickaxe from Spawn, who's constantly been able to step up and has complete control over the waves. Is going to get himself another pretty darn good reset here. Bringing that wave up. We'll be able to bring more damage back to this lane as we start to see Spawn show what his on-hit Varus is going to look like. Grubs in about 15 seconds, though. Let's see if Dardoch and company are just better positioned once again. They've already got only 35. Yep, with Dardoch. And this should be pretty easy work here for CCG.
Lassa can just drop the Tibbers if he wants the HP advantage in mid lane against Victor to help ensure Dardoch gets this, but full court press for CCG early on with really a lot of this lead coming from the bot lane, and definitely have to give Spawn some kudos going up against his old team. We really didn't feel like Spawn had his best split last split with Blue Water. It's been a big part of CCG performing so far.
Whoa.
As
CCG are looking to perform some maneuvers on Munchie to get him away from the river. But the chains of corruption from the man you mentioned, Cubby, hits its mark. Spawn sets him up. CCG knocks him down. And they're on the board and also commanding the 3 grubs.
Honestly, a lot invested there for CCG. It will be some gold getting back into the pockets of Levitate.
Lessa knocked
Maybe
up.
Against Lessa. Dardoch's going to get in here.
Lessa has stun.
Young's low mana.
To look for it.
Okay, they're just going to look to get this mid wave in. So good for Dardoch as he gets a little access to a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, it really does feel like CCG, they took some early winning lanes with the Annie just to try and find some early pressure against Victor. And then we have had, did call out the Lulu and the Varus into Rakan. Feels good. They could be off in this matchup. Spawn and only 35 have cashed that in. And they've been able to manufacture the first 2 neutral objectives off Queen League of Legends, right? Nothing too fancy, just been about getting leads in lane, having priority, and shifting that to where the neutrals are, and CCG have the first 2 ones in their own pockets.
Well, luckily for Blue Water, the man on your screen has kept the gold lead in their favor nearly on his own at this point, about 800-ish gold up over Fiji by this point, still looking to complete that first item. We do kind of feel like the more Fiji's able to stack defenses, the more beneficial this Swain pick really comes. Obviously, unfortunate to fall behind with that first blood, but this is still a lane state that I think both top laners are pretty fine with.
think it is important that Philip was able to get ahead early. He did double dash in, so
Yeah.
I think Fiji should get a big trade. Doesn't hit the E. Good sidestep there by Philip. But I do think that Renekton, I'm curious if Philip ends up going for the Cleaver. I think that I expect Stridebreaker, just given that you're melee into range, but going up against a Frozen Heart and getting Cleaver could be quite nice as well, even though I expect it to be in for Nefiri. So I think that it was necessary, though, that Renekton's up early, because if not, he is the health pool. Like, Philip is the HP bar that Blue Water has to lean on to try and find these fights, and he's got to be able to at least stay alive enough so that they can at least poke or hold the line or get a lot of cooldowns off for the Victor and the Jhin, because we still feel like the longer the fight for Blue Water, the happier Victor and Jin's going to be, whereas this big burst fight, we have seen be off to good starts here for CCG.
I just love that Lessa doesn't want to do any warding missions on his own or scouting missions, so he just sends Tippers in. He spots both Munchie and Manui waiting in the wings, try to make that gank happen. Lessa chunks them out decently well. Dragon has been taken in the background, by the way.
Yep.
While we were talking about that from Dardoch and CCG again with their bottom lane dominance, coming to a forefront outside of Spawn, missing that Chains of Corruption, but it's still another positive health trade for Spawn. He's going to look to push a more CS into the turret of Blue Water. Maybe look to take some plates here. Just more good resets, good timers, better timers for CCG. The same story we saw from Game 1.
I really appreciate what Coach Autoboost said coming in, too, is that I always love the question, when you make changes, are you looking for technical ability or attitude when you're hopping into some of these teams? I think that some coaches give you different answers. That Spawn interviewed really well for this project, talking about how hard it is to promote, but they were looking for replacements for, of course, players like Aojun and Cody Sun, who helped this team make that runner-up finish in spring, a spot where if you do the same in summer, you are competing against Disguised for that LCS spot if you make top 2 in this league. So just looking for people that are motivated. Said Spawn interviewed really well. And again, Spawn's a player where we feel like we've seen good moments out of him. We know this guy can team fight well, but at times just isn't loud enough as an AD to really be one of the names that we talk about. It's been a nice series from him so far today, as I think the Ziggs, he played really well, and seeing this Varus build. It is the Shiv coming in, and you can kind of find this hybrid build, take advantage of some of the AP ratios on Blight stacks, which are quite fat if you have played that Varus.
Oh, yeah. Yep. A lot of champions benefit from the new static Shiv and playing into their hybrid build path ability. So going to be fun to see how the rest of this comes across for Spawn. Second game in a row, by the way, where we see these swaps come across here from CCG, but it's Dardoch hunting here for Young, but their reinforcements from Blue Water have immediately popped in. It's a double knock-up charm special here from Manui, and Dardoch is done for. Teleport coming in from behind. Looks like it was canceled. So now CCG think they have the turn. The Chains of Corruption going to land here from Spawn, and it's going to force a flash away, but Blue Water once again going to re-engage. A great wild growth there. Comes across onto Lessa, so Munchie can't get that Darkened Pursuit down. Manui looking to go forward with the curtain call shots coming across.
Munchie.
Spawn very low, only 35, desperately trying to protect his 80 carry, and it's going to cost him his own life. Levitate's Deadly Flourish does not hit, so Lessa limps out, but Blue Otter stand tall in the top side.
Good find from Blue Water, and it comes off the back of Manui being at the play first. The fact that Manui's here when Dardoch and Lessa initially looked for the play, that is what helped Blue Water turn this one around in their favor, as it was Manui really making that high-impact grand entrance into the fight that stymied what CCG was looking for and bought the time for the Jhin to rotate and for Young to get down multiple rounds of cooldowns. So a first good look we've had from Blue Water is they take a pretty decent chunk of gold into the lead against CCG, who of course do have the first 2 dragons. We might have that clash as the 3rd dragon spawning here in 92nd Slayer. Chemtech Soul on the Rift, and maybe a position where Blue Water could look to fight.
Such a positive sign from Blue Water, because plays like that in Game 1, they really struggled to find responses to, right?
And
or even like and the reactions to a lot of CCG plays felt pretty non-existent. So that is a positive sign. You called out the gold lead, but it's that minute 15 away dragon that's really going to sway things here. Chemtech Soul is available with so much innate burst in this game as well. It would be such a huge grab for CCG. I mean, bare minimum, Cubby, Fiji's got to be smiling ear to ear on this Swain if CCG can get onto Chemtech Soul Point now.
Yeah, Lulu value really nice too, but this is a Dragon where, frankly, I kind of favor where Blue Water's at right now with this gold lead. I think Munchie being at the break point he is at, he is going to be much stronger coming in. No cleaver on him, actually, looking for more aggression as the Serpent's Fang going to be picked up. Going to help against Annie, and Lulu will be dropping the shields.
Interesting call here.
CCG going to open up onto this Rift Herald.
Dardoch, he had the 3-town strike stacked up, so he immediately gets a knock up on a Manui. The Wild Growth going to come out here from only 35, but he's the one in trouble. That is a great knockback there from Dardoch to protect Lulu perfectly, and now Munchie's dead. Fiji off to the side, pops the Demonic Ascension, gets the Never Move on to Levitate, and now he's going to test his Drain Take abilities. Flashes out of the turret, but all he finds is Young waiting for him, trying to siphon all this health away, but Fiji will drop. It took a whole lot, but Blue Water are able to rescue their jungler's death with a kill of their own.
Yeah, Fiji went too hard in that fight, but the opener from Dardoch was really good. He's the target going in. He's going down.
Turn call, force shot, not going to get enough, but Young finds that kill. Both junglers off the map with Dragon and Herald available, but Munchie is first back up. Huge lifeline for Blue Water. They're going to shut down the Dragon stacking of CCG.
Really feel like Fiji just played that one a little bit too hard, and then Dardoch got caught on the exit. Really did like the entrance of the fight, though, in for Dardoch and Lessa, as I think that Munchie, too far up at the beginning, got punished, but the rest of the team in Blue Water able to step up around him and be strong enough in the fight to make sure they exit with the Dragon, so no soul point yet for CCG. Blue Water stops the stacking, but still a close fight, in a fight where I feel like on paper Blue Water are bringing a lot more strength in for this one. I think that Fiji just overplayed his hand, but the start of the fight was really stronger for CCG as Dardoch was able to get in the mix early on.
But it's Blue Water now going to look to nearly eclipse a 3K gold lead here, especially if they're able to pick up Lessa. Double stun going to come across, but it's still going to be traded back with Philip's stun of his own. Good rocket belt to get out of the grand entrance, and Lessa has reinforcements. It's only 35, and Dardoch again linked up. And some fantastic solo play from Lessa is going to allow him to survive.
That was a really cute rocket belt. Kind of got under the grand entrance there from Manui, as Lessa able to escape. Good movement from him. Saved what could have been more gold going over to the pockets of Blue Water, as both teams just kind of picking up waves right now. And that lead that Philip was able to secure on the top side is still the lead that Blue Water is leaning on between him and now Young, who, of course, with the Victor and Annie, the further you get into the game, the better it gets for Victor. We're at the point where I think things are a little bit concerning here for CCG, because at the moment, it doesn't feel like they have the burst damage required to really deal with the targets that they want to find, or that Lessa's looking to have find. And when that happens, that means you get the long fight against Jin and Victor, which is what Blue Water is trying to lean on to win.
That Jin, though, is without his flash and cleanse for the time being as a potential stun target. But yeah, I'm really glad you pointed out, especially factoring in how the scaling, again, really favors Blue Water, particularly because Levitate is not building that, that very, I would say, soft damage Jin that we see from old. This is Stormrazor, i.e., I'm building for crit, I'm going to scale into a monster, my Victor's going to scale into a monster, and we have the gold lead. So I think Blue Water has a lot of value.
Conscientious. Quite conscientious towards vegans right now, even in vegans' dire times.
Well, we're going to get a fight of the Herald. This is what we're going to get here, Cubby. And it's Munchie. It's poked out very, very low. Good charm there from Manui. Dardoch going to have to pop the Crescent Guard. It's only 35. Gets pushed out of the fight. Philip trying to get over towards Dardoch, but none of the range damage can touch Dardoch right now. And CCG stacked up his 5. Shut down the big bad Croc. And finally will get their dance with the Herald.
If I'm Blue Water after this series, I'm giving them a little bit of a class in terms of fighting on terrain and where you fight on terrain. I think I've seen multiple times throughout this series where CCG, they've had control over the area of an objective first. Blue Water tries to walk in, and then they get split based on the terrain. The fight where we were giving only 35 so much credit for where he engaged around that blue buff in the last game before that dragon. It's because there was a split on the terrain. Like, he held his abilities and forced Blue Water to split. That fight Levitate was on the wrong side of the fight compared to everyone else. Jin couldn't really get involved in the fight. And the clump of CCG, like Fiji kind of prevented that angle. The clump of CCG, they stuck together at a really simple fight for Dardoch and Lessa to push forward and make sure that it was an easy one that they could play. And that's a lot of gold going back over to CCG.
Gonna effectively cut the gold lead right in half at this point. Dragon, next Chemtech Drake, about a minute 30 out. So
Gotta believe Herald's used mid. Herald's gonna knock down that mid outer turret. So I think this may not be a battle Shelly. Could be a let's take mid before Dragon Shelly.
Gotcha. Look out for that. I mean, yeah. CCG could use it to get some of the gold back. Makes a ton of sense. Also, it's always such a big priority to knock down mid-tier 1 because when you think about vision lines and your ability to move them up on the map, mid-turret can really hamper that ability. Yep. So to be able to get further vision for a potential Baron later, you know, much more impactful dragons, getting that mid-tier 1 is going to be valuable. We see Dardoch in the mid lane. So is Munchie. So is Manui. So is a lot of our players in this matchup trying to circle around this lane, but they won't be able to knock that mid-tier 1 down just yet.
CCG still really playing around this Baron side. Kind of avoiding Philip on this Renekton still. I think Philip's quite strong in this game. But Blue Otter, by playing towards this Baron side, they are going to get less of that late wave that he can push. Make sure they have top push. Blue Otter gets mid. Could shift that control over to the Dragon. As you can see, both Philip and Munchie now working their way on the bot side river. CCG don't have control this time around. They're going to be playing this Dragon from behind. Tells me it could be a seed, giving that one over to Blue Otter again.
Oh, Dardoch already going to have to pop the Crescent Guard. He tries to face check a brush.
That's enough,
and yeah that's got to do it. Do you really feel like with double rallies done in solo lanes and Fiji getting stronger, they can kind of welcome walking a bit into Blue Otter, but without that Crescent Guard? We saw how much different that last fight was when Dardoch had the Crescent Guard up. And that one ultimate going off the board does mean the Drakes are going to get evened up at 2 apiece. Good on Blue Otter here, retaining their gold lead and shutting down the major win con of CCG so far.
They don't want to hit the objective. They just want to hold the line of vision they have. So I think a bit of a game of cat and mouse there. Again, I think the CCG, they were playing from behind. I really don't think that they're in the state where they really want to fight Blue Otter right now. I think they're waiting for Spawn to maybe get access to one more item. And then the 3-item spike for this Varus build is really big. As the Shiv Rageblade interaction is quite nice, especially when you get one more item. Usually a defensive item. A lot harder to move Spawn around. But they still keep on at least matching these mid pushes and fading into the Baron, trying to take tools away, but still scared to start it, and I can't blame them. I think that would be a very scary Baron to hit. So one where they just want to take the control and see if they can force Blue Otter into making a mistake.
That they've yet to do. Just trying to play to protect this tier 1 turret as best as possible and move up to kind of clear out that vision line again. So it's always that vision battle that you see kind of kick off any sort of antics into this fight. Now that we're even at 2 Drakes apiece here, the next Drake is still like 3.5 minutes out. They could potentially start a fight. It's, again, just more valuable time, I think. You mentioned the fact that, you know, Spawn turning to those 3 items is a big thing. But you're also buying more time for a Victor that is going to scale really well in this game.
Yep.
Levitate is building, you know, expensive scaling crit items. More value there as well for the damage dealers of Blue Otter. And now we get to play get a fun little game of Rush Warfare. It's going to be Dardoch that engages. He's got the Wild Growth. Gets right on top of Manui. Going to pop the Crescent Guard, though, as TP's going to come out. But it's the re-engage onto a very aggressive TP from Philip. Blue Otter, they couldn't back him up because Fiji was TPing even further up from him, and the Demonic Ascension Swain, with this heavy of a health bar, cannot be denied. And now they've sectioned off all of Blue Otter. Young goes the wrong way, and Young has to pay with his life.
Big mistake there on the TP from Philip. Just too deep. Got one shot by the Varus. And again, we talked about the AP scaling on those Blight stacks. Philip just melts to what Spawn was able to do in that fight with that TP being too aggressive. All the tools came down instantly on the Renekton. And that's the front line. So with him gone, Lessa could push forward for free. They take down the biggest threat, Young. And that's a free Baron over to CCG, who in the last 5 minutes, Slayer, put a lot of time into controlling this part of the map. They gave away the dragon. They were handshaking back and forth just to ensure that whenever they got back out of the map, they could answer the vision that was dropped by Blue Water to try and find that play where they really baited Blue Water in. And boy, do they cash in the baiting, because that TP from Philip too much and took one of the stronger members from Blue Water, turned him into pudding early on, and that made a big difference in that fight.
It's just CCG again playing at another level when it comes to the macro approach of League of Legends. You talked about the ability to bait your enemy, to get inside their head and understand how they want to try and play this game out. You could no better example than the last fight. It's also, again, just Dardoch and only 35 being in lockstep, right? You can see just how confident Dardoch is at looking for these little, like, gotcha engages when he's got a Lulu that will drop Wild Growth on him. He has Crescent Guard. He's got these 2 items done. He is really terrifying to deal with his pocket Lulu. It's the same bread and butter, just in a different style from game 1. Dardoch and only 35 creating all the plays for CCG.
Push continues as the inner is going to follow in terms of towers knockdown. And I think big talking point last split was like, wow, look at the work that Dardoch's doing with his team, right? Like, he had everyone playing better than what we saw before. Dardoch himself was playing great, and CCG exceeded a lot of expectations. But a big part of that was only 35 and how he was able to step up and play better with CCG than what happened on Winthrop's plays coming both ways. Fiji flashes out, but Engage comes in.
Yeah, but he's got the Demonic Ascension. How much damage can he really take? This is a 4-man hit brigade for Blue Otter that finally gets rid of him, but it's Young that's been traded trying to defend the bot lane inhibitor. There's 2 cannon minions, Baron powered up. CCG are going to try and backdoor end this game with their top laner soaking 4-man pressure, but they're getting routed here by Philip on the backside. Dardoch engages onto Munchie, pushes him away from the CCG 4-stack. They're trying to protect the wave. Kurt Call coming down. Philip's going to flash and get the stun, but there's the Wild Growth again from only 35 that gives Spawn just enough to survive the onslaught of the Croc. Munchie and Levitate gonna try and protect. Dardoch goes all in to find Levitate, but a cleanse flash gets Levitate out, and Blue Otter are gonna be able to survive for now and keep their base alive.
Dragon's up too, so it could be a soul point for Blue Otter if they get back, as that push, honestly, quite close to ending. I think that the commit onto Fiji, he bought as much time as he could. I think that's okay for CCG. But frankly, I probably would have pulled off and not went for the game end. They didn't have a wave at the end there. Dardoch went in a little bit early, goes down, does get the GA, but may not be able to get the Dragon. As Fiji playing defense, Smite up for Blue Water, not up for CCG, but CCG is still the team that's ahead, and the team that does have vision right now as they're trying to stall out this Dragon from Blue as much as they can to get their jungler back.
Philip has TP. He is back up, but he's just going to try and run his way through here as much as he engages onto the Dragon. There's a nice deadly flourish, and Manui's going in! Double charm, double knockup, and Spawn is done for! Munchie finds that first kill, but now they're all trapped with Fiji. Demonic Ascension, the Drain take, the Zanyas from Fiji is perfect! Leza goes into a stasis as well! Munchie just can't kill anyone off because all of them go golden! Triple kill for Leza as Philip will eviscerate onto only 35, but the Never Move will find him and drop him as well. 4 kills over to CCG.
Fiji, that time around, we saw him tank up 4. Obviously doesn't have the damage to deal with that, but this time when he had the damage behind him, that time bought was so big as they got the time for Dardoch to get back in as their captain's gonna take down this Dragon. And the new pieces coming in for CCG. Solid game from Spawn. Really good series from Lessa, and seeing more of the same last split from only 35, who before that last fight broke out, Slayer was trying to set up as the player that really stepped up, was in that conversation for most improved, even if it wasn't just a shoe-in vote really for us with Phi Mini last split, given what we saw from him previously in NACL, being relegated to going the first team All-Pro mid. But only 35. I cannot be really more happier to see more of the same from him this split, proving that last split wasn't just a flash in the pan, that he really has become a more consistent player. And seeing him, always wear his heart on his sleeve, sometimes I think that led to some emotional or inconsistent play on the Rift. But man, has he really channeled that energy and focus into, I think, more consistent play, which has been great to see, because even on the Lulu, we're feeling his impact in these fights.
Just such clutch Wild Growths. Got some really big polymorphs, as you point out.
Right
The value
place,
that the
right
Lulu
time
brings.
always.
Yeah,
You know,
right
that
place,
too.
right time.
Yeah.
Super impactful Lulu after such a great engage game from him as well with that Rel game 1. And we've got CCG aptly positioned, despite being down gold for a majority of this game, to find themselves a series win here. Baron up in 45 seconds, and they're back to the same bread and butter plan that you highlighted earlier when they got their first Baron. All they really care about is defending these vision lines. Look how dark this blue otter, blue quadrant is right now.
I think one pet peeve of mine of late is I've been trying to play a little bit more solo queue. You know, we're mid-diamond right now. We're rusty. We're kind of bad. But
that's my peak, man. Thanks.
No, you've out-peaked me this split. You know, it's been fun to watch. But I think that my biggest pet peeve of late is when you have vision, not holding it on the line, like dipping back into it or like trying to do more camps. You hold it on the line. CCG's doing a good job of that. They've been able to threaten a lot. Speaking of
that was one slice too far forward from Phillip. Fiji pops the demonic ascension. Tibbers comes down, and Phillip is done for again. And now that's just enough for the Baron start to come across here. And without their health pool in the Renekton, how does Blue Otter even look to contest? They don't.
You know, Blue Otter, 4 different members trying to bring them together for this summer. I think that we have seen a couple of decent plays, but also just haven't seen them be quite as sound as CCG, as we have spent so much time talking about the new members, talking about the jungle support duo of Dardoch and only 35. How about Fiji? Again, that Swain that he said in playoffs last split, hey, don't forget about my Swain. You know, he was just doing some foreshadowing for what would happen to MSI with Zeus, apparently, right? As the Fiji Swain buying all the space, and I think that where CCG have taken some of these fights within the terrain and the formations that they have had, that's where they've beaten Blue Water. It hasn't been, it's been good individual play from CCG, but it hasn't been individuals making the difference in carrying this game. And it has been how they've played as 5 with this new group of 5 again, that I really feel like has gotten them what is likely to be a 2-0 over Blue Water in CCG's debut.
We got to take that. Oh, Swain point a step further or not. If the Chains of Corruption are going to claim Young, he nearly drops that piercing arrow on those blight stacks from Spawn. Blinking health bars, he takes himself back to the fountain to get rejuvenated, but same can't be said for that top lane inhibitor, as it will fall. The bot lane inhibitor has respawned for Blue Otter, so it's only supers on this one wave. And speaking on waves, CCG don't really have one to try and go for these Nexus turrets. Dardoch takes a heavy dose of damage himself. Fiji ignites that demonic ascension, but it goes right back out. Now Phillip sees an ankle onto Lessa. Good stasis to buy some time with the wild growth. Fiji also going to go into his as well. Spawn trying to break through the damage, but that front line is crumbling. Dardoch goes into the GA. Spawn can't find any of these targets. He flashes and gets rid of Manui for 1, and Dardoch is able to revive. Spawn with only 35 in his back pocket is something the Blue Otter have to fear and stops them from pushing for more.
Decent fight, though, from Blue. Dardoch, that dash before the fight broke out, where it kind of forced Fiji's out early, and it forced a couple Zanyas that did end up being a good play for Blue. I think it was the dash before this that got Dardoch low, opened up this play for Phillip to look for an angle, and this was a decent fight for Blue. They got some gold back. Young Storm got big. Was 2 ult casted by Munchie, and they ended up trading evenly and getting a GA off Dardoch, which will be nice before this Soul spawns, because Soul is about to be up here for CCG.
We're still going to have no Fiji up just yet as this thing spawns, but
That's
oh no, not another TP. It's Phillip again with a really aggro TP. The 3-town strike knock is going to land into the Chains of Corruption root. He has to pop the Dominus early, but Munchie gets an accelerated blast cone to get himself closer. Immediate polymorph from only 35 to make sure there is a no jump on from Munchie. Another good blast cone to help out CCG this time. And they're able to stave off just long enough. They've got their respawns, and now Phillip doesn't have Dominus.
He has a no TP too as Dardoch goes in.
Dardoch goes in, but Nunui goes in as well into the backline. But there's no follow-up from Blue Water. They just weren't in position to follow Manui's lead. The smite doesn't matter because Phillip somehow secures the Chemtech Drake. So Blue Water do not relinquish soul control to CCG.
Might be control of the game, though, or at least over the Baron pit, as it's a couple minutes before that spawns. But CCG up a man and can continue to push. We'll see if this attempt can be a little bit cleaner. It's tough to end against Victor, who does have range advantage against everyone. over on the side of CCG, and we have seen that be an issue, but this time around, and Manui's up in 15. It will be a 5v5, but CCG continue to make sure that these inhibitors are at least down.
They're really hunting for that third one, too, but no Baron buff to these minions. Levitate can make decently quick work of them. Tier 3 turret still standing on its last leg, and CCG are going to be forced to reset, but not before taking away a lot more of Munchie's economy.
All right, this game's gone a little bit longer than we thought. We need to give a couple kudos to Blue Otter for how they've been able to stand up and fight. I do think that CCG can go back and look at this and maybe find a couple of cleaner ways to end. I think Dardoch might have overplayed his hand a couple times, trying to wrap this one up, or just didn't have the support at only 35 quite right there with him. We still expect this to be a CCG-controlled victory. I think any and all hopes have to lie on Young. And sadly, Manui going to have to burn in Mikhails to get out.
Yep.
As he does eat a couple ults, takes those with him. But Young really has to be the saving grace, and I just don't think that they have the health pool available as a team to find a fight that needs to last long enough where this Victor can win that elongated team fight.
I'm with you. I think the health pool point was so good for me earlier. That's why we keep going back to it, because Philip just doesn't have a big enough health bar right now to deal with full 4-item Leza burst, right? And Spawn, who's got this Terminus done as well, so he's 4 items. So they really just don't have a health bar to buy enough time for Munchie to go forward, for those longer fights from a Victor or Jhin to happen. And with Baron up at 45 seconds, CCG are still keeping up the press into the Blue Otter base. Couple more autos, and they will get triple inhibitors down. Deadly Flourish is going to land onto Spawn, though. Mikhails has to come out as Fiji pops the Mog Ascension, but Munchie is off on his lonesome and has to burn the flash to get away from the CCG Death Ball. And with that one summoner down, CCG are going to reassess with a great Chains of Corruption to snag onto Manui. No Mikhails was up that time, and Manui drops.
Use the Mikhails to get out of the first. Tibbers in the Chain of Corruption combo could not have the Mikhails up to get himself out of that one. As it's a 4v5 now for Blue Otter to try and defend. As now the Super Creeps ×2 are coming in with all the inhibitors being down. Top's about to respawn. She's going to try and wrap the game.
And Lessa tries to do it with the Tippers, but it's another great cleanse flash out from Levitate. Dardoch does have the GA, and they don't need to find these kills on the Young and Levitate. All they need to get rid of was the Nexus turret. And with Blue Otter watching up and alive, they'll see a 2-0 series sweep. CCG.
And first game of the season, you wouldn't be able to predict that based on only 35's reaction. He always wants those wins on his feet as the new lineup of CCG gets right back to where this team left off, which was beating teams in the NACL and always competing at the top of the standings. Find a big win over Blue, as I think, we haven't exactly talked about the format today, this 2-group scenario. A lot of people view the group that Blue Otter is in that features Conviction, NRG, and Maryville as being one of the stronger groups. CCG playing into that. Do feel like it's going to be a good boot camp for them on stage to get ready for playoffs against some of those teams. Blue Otter, one of the 2 teams in that group, I think along with Ole Miss, that a lot of people expect to be playing that last chance qualifier at the end of our regular season. So CCG get off to really, I think, the start that they needed and wanted to have going up against Blue Otter today. Is that new look just looked like the same old CCG.
And that's the point that I really want to hit home, right? Is you get the 2-0 win, you get the first win of summer, but it's that it looks just like CCG last split. It looks just like how CCG were winning games with Cody-san at AD carry, with Aljun at mid lane. 2 new guys come in here, and they both step seamlessly basically into the role. Especially a really big shout out to Spawn. He did a good job of it. He tops the damage charts here, but Spawn was playing in the NECL last split. He has been playing here for a while now. For a guy like Leza to come into this situation, Leza to step in and to have this high of impact on both games, really impressive stuff.
Thought he was quite flashy in this one, and frankly, really respect the Annie pick too. Is it a good matchup in isolation, the Victor? No. Was it what the team needed this game? Absolutely. And we saw a lot of the stuns and engages that he was able to have really kick off positive fights for Dardoch. We're followed up really nicely on by Fiji and Spawn. And this is a team, I think the members that return between BG, Dardoch, only 35, and Coach Auto Boost deserve a lot of credit. It was so clear from really the first week of last spring, the CCG were a good team. The question was, how far could those individuals go? They ended up going into the finals where they did get individually outmatched, but start off with this new group. This was the first day where they looked really good as a team. And I think that Lessa specifically individually was flashy at times. I think that he had a really nice series and really respect the Annie that he took, understanding the role that he needed to play that team, to play with the squad, and find CCG that win. 2-0 series start for them.
2-0 series start for CCG, and I really exactly agree with you on all of those points about Leza. So much so, in fact, that we would like to award the new mid laner here for CCG as our series MVP for just how clean he was able to play across both of these two games, Cubby. Definitely what a lot of people were looking to see out of a guy who we came into this split in particular calling just such a wild card with what little we knew about what to expect from him coming into the NECL. And, well, it's safe to say he exceeded those expectations and then some in today's matchup.
He played good. Again, someone that has represented his region internationally, not in this role. Autoboost spoke to his mechanics. I think that we did see a really strong individual performance from Lessa, where he also synced up and played well with his team. So a deserved MVP, and honestly fun to see what him and Dardoch can do, because we know how good Dardoch is in this league. And I think it's very safe to say that the mid pool a lot stronger this split than last split, with Lessa stepping in and also Young as well, and ABO coming back. I think some a cast of characters that have proven they can be competitive and have been competitive before, playing for those higher stakes this split. I'm expecting better mid play just from top to bottom within this league, and to have Lessa now be a part of it was a good start for him in this first series.
A good start indeed for that first step forward. So, of course, congratulations to Lessa that does earn that MVP award in this performance. So got to give some flowers there too. Yep, there's the man. Lessa, also known as Retro according to Auto Boost. So great performance there on the Cassiopeia. And,
they've got Retro behind, you know. Retro Zing is the song. They got him behind the scenes. Hashtag the shout out.
I switched it up. You know what? I don't think I've ever called Retrozing Retro, and that's what completely threw me off. I don't think I've ever.
I feel like the real Retro.
There's another Retro I know.
Well,
like,
yeah.
Oh.
Well, the real Retro is the reunion between Lessa and Autoboost. You know, that's the real. We're getting like Assassin's Creed Black Flag remastered territory in there. You know, bring it back. Just looks better this time around.
There you go.
That's what we're hoping for. You know,
that is in fact what CCG are certainly hoping for. So congratulations to Lessa stepping up as that MVP award. But we are now going to get to hear from one of the victorious members of CCG here, the other newcomer to this CCG lineup, looking to repeat the success of spring. It's Spawn, everybody. So we're going to say sayonara here to Cubby for a bit, give him a bit of time off of the camera as I am joined with victorious AD carry. Hello, Spawn. Congratulations, my friend, on the clean 2-0. I just kind of want to get your take, how you're feeling initially after a pretty commanding series win up against Blue Water.
I mean, it definitely feels good. I'm like a little relieved, you know, get the first win under our belts, so we can kind of like snowball with that. It's a little bittersweet to beat Blue Water, but had to be done.
Had to be done indeed. I'm glad you bring over some of those like kind of fond memories from where you with Blue Water, be able to help them get back into this league, and now, of course, handing them that loss. Spawn, we heard from your coach Auto Boost a bit before this series, and he really spoke highly of getting to talk to you as a potential player to join the CCG roster. He said, they locked you up as that AD carry very quickly. He was very impressed by you as a player. What was it like for you getting to join the CCG squad, and what really drew you in to getting to play for this team in this split of the NACL?
Well, they just finished second place, so like the goal is always to win, right? So
of course,
when the team that finishes second is offering you, like, it's a good opportunity, I definitely don't want to go relegations again. So, getting an offer to play with this roster, which I think is like really good players, is a great opportunity. Well,
you guys definitely made it look like a great opportunity with that first series win. Now, I kind of want to talk to you for a second about meta reads, because I really feel like your role in particular feels a lot different meta-wise compared to last split. We got to see you pick up the Ziggs in this game one. Yeah. How has it been for you kind of navigating the mage bot lane takeover that has been these last couple of patches, my friend?
Yeah, it can be a big change, especially with like the roaming supports. Like Camille will take half your HP. You saw it at MSI when they're playing mage versus mage. It could be any mage, like they're playing Talia, Nivea. So it's kind of like if you have a pocket pick mage, maybe you can play it. But yeah, it's kind of, you have to be ready for almost anything now. So yeah, solo queue, I was just playing a lot of random stuff. I even played like Kale bot. We actually won, but I don't know if that one will be coming out. Yeah.
Okay, Spawn. I'm making mental note of that one. Kale from Spawn. We potentially could see it if the right draft comes across. We'll keep that one in mind. I do want to ask you, of course, obviously joining this new team, but also getting to play with a kind of newer player to NACL fans with Lessa. How has it been, getting to play with him as well as scrimming some with, I know, Retro's also varying for some of those mid lane positions. How has that been with the new guy?
It's been good. I didn't know much about Leza, to be honest. But then, like, the first scrim, I was like, this guy is good. Like, his comms, his gameplay, I was like, you just know as soon as first 5 minutes. So as soon as we played with him, I was like, yeah, this guy's good for sure. Retro seems good as well. He always watches our scrims, and, like, he's eager to play and learn. So I think he'll be good, too.
Okay, yeah, I mean, great showing from Lessa in that first one. Great showing from you guys. Kind of the last question I wanted to ask, I felt like that game 2 was super fun because we got to see Fiji go for that Swain again in the top lane, which we did see some popularity at MSI. So I'm going to ask you a kind of impossible question right now. Who are you taking? Are you taking Fiji Swain top, or are you taking Zayu Swain top, man? I don't know.
Yeah, I think Fiji would win that for sure. It's not even close.
There we go. Yeah, okay. All right. I like it. I like it, Spawn. Last kind of question I have for you here is obviously looking like, I want to look at like the season outlook, both for you and for the team. I know for the team, you joining CCG is a little bit obvious. Second place last split. You expect this team to, with you and Dardoch and the rest of the company kind of compete again to try and play in that final, maybe play for that LCS spot. Is that's obviously the big team goal, but what are you looking to get out of this split for you with this CCG roster?
Yeah, I mean, first off, I just want to do well as a team. And then for myself is like, just show that I'm not like 10th place ADC in this league. So just me is like play the best I can every game and just show that like I can still go to the next level.
Well, you showed that to a really high degree here today. Spawn, amazing performance for you and the CCG team of the 2-0 over Blue Otter. The final say goes to you. I'm sure you know, Spawn, so do you have any shout-outs that you want to give? The floor is yours.
I mean, honestly, shout out to the team and the staff. It was easy kind of just slotting in. But yeah, also shout out to my friends and family watching.
Awesome, Spawn. Well, they and all of us here were impressed by your series today, and congratulations on the 2-0 win.
Thank you.
We'll see you. We'll talk to you later, I'm sure, Spawn. We're gonna bring Cubby back in to replace the victorious AD carry. So thank you again for sitting down with me there, Spawn, and hello, Cubby. So some good insight there from one of the other new guys, both the new guys showing out here for CCG.
Played well over there for CCG, so fit the role well, and like what Spawn was saying there, when you join the runner-up team, the goal is to win. That's the start that they wanted, as they find the 2-0 over Blue, whose new look couldn't quite get them a victory in week 1, but we'll see if Blue Otter's able to scale as they try and meld that new team with 4 out of 5 new pieces together for this all-important split.
Well, Cubby, it is now time to kind of shift our lens into a different spot. It's time to move into our collegiate showcase of today's matchup. You know it, you love it, sometimes hate it depending on what side you're on, but we have seen this matchup play out so many times. It is Ole Miss taking on Winthrop University. But for the first time in a while, Cubby, this matchup looks a lot different than I remember it when we talk about the players.
A lot different in a lot of different places, as out of the 10 players we have, 5 look different on the Rift from the last time we saw these two teams go toe-to-toe. So gonna have to see how the new pieces can do across the board here for each squad, as I feel like Ole Miss Esports, of course, taking over the spot from Citadel Gaming, which was the plan last year, this year going into the split for Ole Miss to now be a part of the league. Congrats to them as they make their entry under the Ole Miss banner, becoming the 3rd university to join us. But of course, we're going to sit down with the other coach, the coach for Winthrop University in Tails, to hear a little bit more about what he's got cooking over there for Winthrop University with their new look today.
Yeah. Hey guys.
All right, what's up, Tails? Thanks so much for joining us. Tails, I want to dive into your team and your roster, but before we do so, we want to give you the floor. Of course, Denethor, player that you coached this past split, is the only player to be promoted into the LCS from NACL going into this upcoming season. So any words for him and what it means to you as a coach and for the program of Winthrop to see him now rocking the yellow for Dignitas?
Yeah, I think it's really exciting for us. As a program, we're all really excited for him. You know, we're supporting him. Obviously, Dignitas hasn't had the most success this past couple of splits, but we're hoping that he can come in and make a difference and like represent us and show what he can do, because we think he's the real deal. So I'm really happy for him, and you know, let's hope they have a good split this time.
Yeah, I know all of us in the NACL will be rooting for Denethor, who congrats to him, and I bet his family's still tuning into the stream and watching you guys as you guys take the Rift today, Tails. A big talking point we had last year, or last split, I should say. Yeah. I remember sitting down with you and talking about how satisfying it was for you to see a roster that had played together for so long find that new ceiling and really go out on a high for you guys. Now you bring in a new roster with new pieces. So what's it been like incorporating some of these new pieces, especially Barrick, who, based on our assumption with information we were hearing behind the scenes, kind of stepped in late for this roster as you guys try to put things together for summer?
Yeah, for us, it's been a hectic month, I guess. It's between the splits. We lost pretty much all of our laners. You know, Zach graduated, Noah, Denethor went to LCS, and then, you know, Mobility transferred over to Cupid. And, you know, everyone's kind of doing their own thing and having a lot of success. So we have to kind of, you know, come back, regroup, and kind of rebuild, right? And I think one thing I do really well as a coach is just bringing everyone together. You know, even on the staff side, we have some new assistant coaches in Foles, and you know, we're really excited for this split. Hopefully, we can make another run. But at the same time, I think for some of the players coming in, like Barrick and Sammy, I really want to see a lot of growth and development on our side, and you know, just kind of mesh together, take the time, and hopefully we ramp up by playoffs.
Yeah, and I know Barrick, I'm going to assume Barrick's a little bit last second, just given the news on Denethor was kind of late for us. But Samikin as well, a player that we've seen play at a really high level for NACL always, and know that he was attending Boston University. What was that courting process like to get him over to Winthrop?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we were looking for mid replacements. We had Sword and Zach last year, last couple of years, but you know, obviously they've moved on and graduated, and we really wanted to find the right fit. And I think Samikin just came up. Like, I think I've heard many good stories from him. I'm close with Rovex. He's a good friend of mine, and he's always have said good things about how Samikin has great mental, got great, you know, gameplay, you know, works well in the team environment. So, you know, that's what we're really looking for in some of our players is talent, skill, and the right attitude. So, you know, we're really excited to have him, and hopefully we can do some things. So.
Yeah, I know we spent a lot of time talking big picture here with your team, Tails. Do you want to spend the last question talking about the matchup today? What do you want to see out of your new look squad going into the new look Ole Miss today? And what's the biggest challenge that they're going to provide you on the other side of the Rift going into the day's matchup?
I think the biggest challenge is, you know, they're always giving us problems like making early game plays, fighting angles and fights. I think the biggest challenge for us is just making sure we can diffuse those plays and find angles of our own. I think we're a new team, so maybe the synergy or like the clutch factor might be a bit off today, but you know, I'm so confident in our group, and hopefully we make a good show out of it. You know, I'm really excited to see how we play, honestly, just as much as you guys.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. And when it is Ole Miss versus Winthrop, we're usually in for a pretty fun show. That's
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
agree.
Tails, I'm going to let you get back with the team.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for the time and thoughts, and best of luck with your new look squad going into the day.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye, guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Tails. Slayer coming back. I got to agree with trying to diffuse some of the early game plans we saw from Ole Miss, but definitely, kind of like what we're looking at with these teams getting back into summer. Kind of a wait and see or a look and find out. Is I feel like Tails still learning a lot about his new look squad, and we're excited to see what the first impression is. We see Winthrop and Ole Miss both debut different looks going into summer for NACL.
It's the fun thing about such historic rivalries is that you always have, each time you go through them, new players entering them. And speaking on some of those new players, you heard a little bit of it from Tails during that interview, of course, Cubby. But let's, of course, introduce for the first time this new look roster. First, of course, coming across is going to be the Ole Miss roster as well. And the new additions here going to be two in particular. For now, Ariana, the former Blue Otter top laner, will be stepping in and playing for Ole Miss for the relative future. But the big addition, of course, has to be now defending champion support, Cubby. Bounty moving over to Ole Miss. I really think that Bounty teaming up with Array, who I still find is a pretty underrated marksman in this league, could be such a huge victory point for this Ole Miss lineup.
Yeah, it was a roster last year, or last split. I keep on saying last year. It's been a while since we were back on this broadcast, Slayer. It felt like a long off season, but
that it did.
Bounty stepping in, I really feel like he made a big splash when he came into the NICL, coming in from GVU and talking with Colthrow over there. He spoke really highly to this kid's attitude. It looks at things as an opportunity, isn't afraid to make mistakes, and will try and make bold plays. That's a style that could really fit this team, who I felt like were at their best when they were making plans within the first 3 waves, or throwing out some weird picks. Like, I feel like Bradley and Griffin had good reads on Sejuani and some of the combos, and leaning into some of Bradley's comfort, as he's always played the melee champions really well. It's something that this was a squad that had a lot of instability in spring that I was critical of. They managed to find a little bit of stability later on, but it wasn't enough to actually make it into the playoffs. And this is a team, looking at the group they're playing out of. The group is Blue Otter, Conviction, NRG, and Maryville. I think a lot of people expect Ole Miss Esports to be bottom 2 out of that. And it's going to be interesting to see if they can break through or try and break into the top of that. Because this is a roster where I feel like, looking at it this split versus last split, I have a little bit more confidence in what their ceiling might be, and think that this could be a team that could sneak out and into the playoffs. The question is are they going to do damage or not? Because I feel like this is a team that usually has a lot of inconsistency, given that they play too fast. It usually is too much. We're not asking for them to be more aggressive. It usually is handling said aggression.
Without a doubt. And I do agree with you on the point of this is a pretty tough group to play in if you are Ole Miss. But hey, the value of this format is that no matter where you're finishing, you will get to play a series to allow yourself to get into that playoffs matchup. So that's always going to help out a team like Ole Miss that, you mentioned, has had a lot of shifting around, but that is also the case here for the Golden Eagles on the other side. Let's take a look now at the Winthrop roster to understand exactly what their new look team could look to try and play for. And as much as I talked about the Ole Miss bottom lane, I am pretty excited for the top side for Winthrop here. Of course, talk a lot about how weird it is to see Samikin out of the Blue Otter blue, but given the what felt like a very quick turnaround that had to happen for Winthrop on the top side, I am actually happy to see Barrick back in the NACL as well. I think Barrick and Samikin could make some serious noise on this Winthrop roster.
Yeah, Barrick, longtime UCI member, now stepping in for Winthrop University, and honestly, opportunity for NACL. I feel like Barrick has always been the top laner that has just been on the outside looking in, and hasn't really ever had a big enough claim to actually hop in and be like, oh yeah, like he's the next top laner that should be hopping in here. This is a real opportunity for him to prove that he can be that person. So I'm interested to see what he does going up against Ariana, who, with that Blue Otter squad, I feel like Ariana didn't have the split that he wanted to have. He was the MVP in that series to make sure that Blue Water did return to the NACL, but I feel like the split that he had wasn't exactly what he was looking for last split that he played for NACL. So want to see if he can step up and have a split a little bit closer to the Dorados split, where we felt like he was really competitive with some of the other top laners and was out-kicking his coverage at times.
Gonna look at I just it took me a little bit to like really process that I just saw Samikin sitting there wearing a Winthrop polo. Like I really just had to. I need a minute to process that, Cubby. That this is real. Yeah, there he is. I mean, it's real, everybody. I know we saw the announcements and all that, but there he is, the man, the myth, the legend in those Winthrop colors. And you know, so much of the success of this team is going to be reliant on how well Samikin can do in this program. But in particular, for our matchup today, Cubby, we really want to highlight, you know, one guy we already talked about, and we haven't really mentioned him just yet, but the supports of this matchup are going to be our face-to-face matchup, thanks to Phillips Norelco OneBlade. Talked a lot about how Bounty came into the league, took it by storm, won that title with conviction, but we were really impressed by how Kim Down was able to lead Winthrop through that amazing lower bracket run last split as well.
It was the best split for Kim Down since he was on TL. There was no question about that. Kim Down, it really was, it felt like Winthrop, their entire season changed once they started committing to putting Kim Down on engaged supports. They were pretty quick to drop some of the Enchantress supports in terms of priority. And when Kim Down was empowered to make plays, man, he really had things going in the right direction for Winthrop University. So gonna have the same jungler in Wilson, a lot of different pieces around him, and want to see if Kim Down can have the same impact, because he was the playmaker for this team when it came to finding some of these fights and setting up those carries, who did go on to, I think, each have better opportunities in Denethor mobility. I think most people look at Cupid's roster, have them over Winthrop, and of course Denethor is playing in the big leagues now. Kim Down was the one setting the table for them to knock the pins down. So I want to see if he can do that again this split, because I would love to see Kim Down have a good year. Sometimes we have fluctuations for him, but with TL, he was nothing but solid and consistent. And we hope to see more of that in summer, as that solid and consistent play was really good for Kim Down.
I think it is such an important split here for Kim Down to build off of what he did in spring, without a doubt, Cubby. You get to see our face-to-face matchup. Both of their faces here is Bounty. I love Bounty for his energy, man. You can already tell the minute we take his cam, the dude, I'm assuming, is dancing out, warming up. Smiles on both sides. They're both excited to participate in this rivalry once more. Obviously, Kim Down did play against this team last split with Citadel, but it just means a little bit more when it's Ole Miss taking on Winthrop University. You know, Cubby?
It's fun to have these collegiate bouts, and you know, I guess officially a collegiate bout now that we've got Ole Miss in instead of Citadel. Of course, same team and functionality. Looks like, is that only 35 peeking in on the other team there in the background from Kim Down? I know he was from the Winthrop facility. The brick is a different room within the Winthrop facility, so maybe peeking in and saying good luck, guys, before we get into the game. But Bounty, all smiles as always. We'll see if he can again. I feel like he was the one that was talked about the least in terms of the success with conviction. And I do feel like Tactical is just really was a cheat code player in the league. Like, he stepped in and
I agree.
I feel like the best AD by a bit of a margin versus everyone else. But man, Bounty really quietly, for a rookie support to come in during a split and just step into a team where all of a sudden you are champions, or like you are on the best team. That's a lot of pressure that Bounty never shied away from. Never feared the moment, and only really came out and played good. He was a big asset for conviction, really stepping up and making sure to find that victory. So to be able to have the chance to do so on a different team, going to be fun for Bounty. A little bit of a bigger challenge with the pieces around him, but more of a chance for Bounty to really prove his stuff and prove that he can be a top sport in this league as well.
Let's see if he can continue to show championship caliber with Ole Miss. We are into the Game 1 draft here, seeing some similar bands carry over from our last series, mainly being that Poppy, that Camille. Those really roam-heavy champions that come out of the support role that neither team wants to deal with. But what about Wilson here? A lot was up for that first selection pick, and he's just going to immediately slam the Lee Sin. There's some serious gumshoe coming through for some of our players in these first couple of series.
But I'm not against it for Wilson.
I'm not either.
You know, I think the biggest question for him is going to be, he's got a different mid laner this time around. I really felt like Zach signed up for being a role player. A lot of how Winthrop played, it was about the Rise. It was about the Galio, the Annie, the Talia, about the movers. Samikin can play some of those champs, but he has this artillery mage pool that he's so good on. You really want to play it, or you want reasons to play it. I think that Wilson naturally isn't going to exactly fit within that pool. I think that there's going to be a little bit of a clash between Wilson and Samikin early on as these guys try and meld together. I expect for them to find picks that work as the split goes on, but I don't think it's going to really be the same relationship as Zach and Wilson, where it felt very much like, I'm going to support you, right? And then Zach just kind of scaled into that role and became really good. I think that Samikin, just the champs he plays, requires a little bit more playing around him rather than the mid playing around the jungle. And curious to see how that relationship and play evolves between the two of them as this new team comes together.
I love that hover from Samikin, just paying homage to the fact that he is he's one of those big Lux players. We got to see that sparingly when he made his big come up. And Bradley, I think, is actually gonna. This is some subliminal messaging going on here. He's like,
wasn't
all right,
a Zoe.
yeah, I'll just.
Yeah.
Look, he's hovering all the Samikin champions. Yeah, look, Samikin's smiling. He knows he's just hovering all of his champions in front of him. He's like, ooh, I'm gonna pick it. Nope. It's going to be the Silas to come through here already early on here. But you talked about the melee specialty that these Ole Miss solo lanes bring.
Yeah, and honestly, Bradley with the Silas, this is definitely being grabbed, the Snag, the Nautilus ult, but I think the Silas is picked a little bit early. Not a matchup I exactly love into Orianna. I think that Phase Rush being out of the game helps, because you use just kind of Phase Rush, you use Dissonance to run away, but you want to W at your feet to damage Silas, give yourself the move speed buff versus the slow. Try and use that to dodge out of the chains. It's a matchup that you can play out on as Samikin. I want to see if he is able to do so, but I think it definitely signs Ole Miss up. They're showing a lot of dive with that pick. You got Nautilus ult available. You have a Vi. Silas is going in behind it. It's about the dive, so I think taking away some champions that are good into that. And then Winthrop also just kind of expecting like, hey, we're going up against a dive comp. They've got a couple picks where they can, I think, thematically take some things that fit well. I would really like maybe a Renekton here for Barrick already, just given that you don't want to take Gnar when a Silas is up, and Renekton is something with that point-and-click stun can really hamper Silas throughout a game, and a pick that I know Barrick can play up in the top lane.
Keep an eye out for that nonetheless. Get into the second phase of bans, and Ole Miss are really targeting onto Tomo. The one player that we didn't really get to bring up, but a player that really just brings such great knowledge and a high floor to try and replace what is almost irreplaceable in losing mobility, of course, for a Winthrop, but do get to see his champion pool targeted nonetheless in that second phase of bans.
Tomo's been a good player when he's played at this level. I think he lanes very well. Sometimes there are mid waves that he thinks he can farm that are unfarmable, but I feel like Tomo, I have pretty high expectations for him stepping in. I know he was in that coach's role, but he's a good player. He's always played at a high level whenever we've seen him, so would not be surprised we see more of that with him coming into this team. All right, Alistar now to help out with turn that dive into a little bit more of a bouncy house on the side of Ole Miss. I think Winthrop, more appeal tools or more ways to deal with it. I think Renekton value for me keeps on going up a bit, as there's not a lot of damage that is an issue for what? Is this Vlad bot? I think it's Vlad bot for Tomo.
Bot? Oh my God, Riot!
Let's go.
What have you done to my league?
I like it a lot. Oriana's going to come back and
it's...
go like, what the F? What is that showing on my screen? We got a Vlad now we got to go up against as he tries to blank it up. A man after my own taste, I must say. As it's Vlad bot, Psy on top. So the meatball secured. And man, it's just going to be forever fights now. And the more time that gets into the game, the better it is for Vlad. We'll see if Ezreal can keep him out early, but I don't think there's enough damage in this game to really hamper the Vladimir yet. So a bold pick for Tomo, but one that I kind of like seeing right now.
I like it. Well, I don't like it. I don't like the role that it's in, but I do like recognizing the strengths that Vlad can bring, especially into a game state like this, for sure. Tomo looking to make a splash in his return to the NACL.
Even the ults that like Silas wants to take, Vlad gives you a way to play into those too with the pool. I really like it this game. I think that Ambessa, if you're able to get on top of the Vlad, you can hamper it, and you're going to have to pull other abilities than Public Execution, because if not, and you get hit by those abilities, it's going to be chained up with Public Execution, right? So you got to blow that early. But I think that really outside of Ambessa, I don't really see ways to deal with Vlad outside of Ezreal poke, which of course Vlad can sustain through. So interesting angle. I was not expecting to see the Vlad bot. I think that a lot of other mages are taken first, but I like it this game for Tomo. I think the angle is there for Winthrop. I want to see if Tomo can cash it in.
I really like it because, and this is the part that I'm not excited for, is the play-by-play here. These fights, everyone is going to be stacked on top of each other. It's just the nature of how low range this game is.
Yeah.
And that's a sort of scenario where Vlad just reaps the rewards. And you mentioned how Ezreal and Array has got to be the main counter of it. But when you think about the power scale of both of these champions, right, it is almost opposite. So, yes, early on, Array's going to have a lot of poke. Tomo's going to be under threat. Mid-game, Ezreal's going to power spike hard. That poke's going to be a really big problem. But the further we get in, the further this game scales up, Ezreal doesn't hold a hat to a 3 or 4 item Vlad.
Yeah.
No matter what role it's coming out of.
There will be a world later on in this game where we're going to talk about it as only Ambessa can deal with this champion. And that's going to be tough. So
that's bad.
Yeah, that is bad. So we'll see, though. I think that while that is bad later on, that is still a bit of a ways away when you're going up against Vladimir. Opportunity early for Ole Miss. And you know what Tails said early on when talking about the biggest challenges that Ole Miss presents you? It is that early game planning. I think this team was at their best when Griffin wasn't doing full clears, when he was going for dives, going for invades, and really catching teams off guard by not respecting Ole Miss. Not electing to play the game like after, you farm the jungle twice. Griffin is very happy to play the game from minute 1. And that is when this team was at their best last split. So I think there is more opportunity for that with the Vladimir in the game. But this is a Vladimir that we are happy to see in this game again. As if there is an angle for Vladimir bot, we feel like this is a decent one.
I will not say I'm happy about this, Cubby. You know me.
If you want to make
traditional marksman player, like
I
I'm
was
not
about
happy.
to say, if you want to make it more clear for people at home that you play marksman when you play this game, you could hate on Vlad a bit more. It's still possible. There's still some room for you to hate on Vlad in there, Slayer.
Listen, here's the approach I'll take. I think it's disgusting that the game has gotten to the point where this works. In the game, though, boy, is this fun. How about that? Can we? I think that's a nice, medium for us to land on. My marksman truthers I'm sure are backing me up somewhat with how gross of a pick this is, but no, it'll be very fun to see played out.
So you know what the best part was for me is like the last time we saw a lot of this when the meta was really weird was actually season 8, and that was my last summer where I worked a college summer camp, which was my favorite job I've ever had next to this one. 600 kids came each week. We gave them the best week of their lives for 4 weeks straight. And we had a blast as, counselors on the weekends. We had to stay at a college campus. But I missed the funnel meta, and I missed the meta of, like, the mage bots because it kind of patched it out by worlds. So I didn't check my phone during this because, we're focused on the kids, giving them the best time possible. Like, I'd be done with, like, the camp, like, put the kids to bed for the day, and then go, like, to my dorm room where we didn't have AC. And I would check my phone and be like, what do you mean there was like a funnel Yi mid or Vlad bot? I just entirely missed this meta. And now we get more of it, which is that's still a saving grace for me. That we get some of it, but I would rather have lane swaps be at the commonality that we're seeing mage bots than have mage bot be at the commonalities we're seeing or the frequencies we're seeing mage bots. I'll give you that one, Slayer. As I have to fit in my pro lane swap propaganda if we're gonna fit in your anti-mage propaganda. Mine is just a little bit more outdated, which, speaks to just how I trend as a human.
That is the most complex way of saying I'm old I've ever heard. Right
well,
there.
I'm 30. I'm young. I mentally,
Yeah, no, sorry. The Cubby way of calling yourself
mentally,
old soul. That's the most complex way I've heard you talk about an old soul.
There we go.
Listen, we're going to see some not very complex fights here in this game 1, folks. Vladimir bot, a ton of melees, and it's going to be like a WWE cage match in some of these team fights. Nonetheless, it's time to start with 1 foot forward on to Summoner's Rift for the first time in the summer split of the North American Challengers League. Ole Miss and Winthrop.
New look for both teams. Again, Winthrop University had the same core for pretty much the entire duration of their collegiate experience, which I do have to give the program at Winthrop some credit for committing the players for that long. I think a lot of times with Collegiate League, examples Oriana and Bounty, we have players that end up hopping teams or hopping programs. As someone that was a resident assistant while I'm going through the old hits of my other employment, the importance of student experience and success, in university and outside of university, having a 4-year experience, correlation between success goes up a lot if you're there for 4 years. I think Winthrop deserves a lot of kudos for having players that were there for 4 years where they were competitive. and also the fact that they went out on top. But a lot of changes being made as they try and find a different batch of players to find the same success, and an opportunity for these guys to step in and step up. On both sides of the rift is, of course, Ariana and Bounty being welcomed into Ole Miss Esports with this game as well.
Getting a look at Bounty next to Array in the bottom lane. They get to level 2 first. This is to be expected. Tomo and Kim Down are going to have to be patient here. They do actually end up taking over to level 2, or just Tomo does, so he tries to get some decent poke damage back, but Kim Down is a bit worse for wear.
Waves coming back to Winthrop, which is good. They're going to need it, as again, Tomo going to get harassed and poked out. Going to be on Array to continue to step up and be that 80 carry that I think you rightfully called, Slayer. Felt like he was a better 80 carry than where his team placed in the standings last split. I felt like Array was a top half 80 carry in the league. I really did. And this is a guy going way back. Debut at this level was beating the 2 seed in Cloud9 as the 15 seed, playing with APA. And having a lot of that strategy be about funneling him and letting him be that team fight marksman. We know that Array can team fight really well, plays at a high level, and gonna have to see if he can lane well in this one, because I think team fight's gonna be advantage Tomo if he doesn't create some form of advantage in the bot lane here, going up against this Vladimir.
Well, speaking on that very word advantage, taking the first plate off the turret pre-load 3 minutes, that's an advantage in the bottom lane that Array is going to take advantage of. Grab himself a bit of a gold lead, as well as Ariana on the top side into Barrack. That Ambessa v Sion matchup definitely going to favor the Land Sharks here. Going to see a back, though, out of Bradley, just the nature of the melee trade into Samikin, who is going to face check into Griffin, who thinks he has himself a 1v1, but bam, there's the resonating strike over the wall from Wilson to make sure that Samikin doesn't have to expend anything valuable to walk away from the Vi.
Crabs are up, Bradley's back first, and Bounty's here, so Griffin isn't going to let up the aggression. He's going to go look at this Raptor camp, as he should. And
Breaker forward.
Yeah, does win the fight.
Wilson away, yeah. Resonating strike re-engaged.
Bounty
is here first.
Yeah.
This is the exact same spot I saw a game get flipped yesterday. And this time, luckily, the team invading does find the success. That's first blood over to Griffin.
A bit of stubbornness there from Winthrop. I'm okay with Wilson taking at least some of the fight, but you know that numbers are going to be there, and just doesn't react to the flash from Bounty, having flash up himself, and this could lead to more problems elsewhere. As
the wave is not cut down for Barrack, and this dive, will go a little bit Array. As Barrack does flash the headbutt pull, the Bounty does pull the aggro. So it's going to burn the heal to get a bit of a speed up, fearing that Kim Down will look for a re-engage. So that's flash off of the Scion, but Barrack does survive.
Even Ariana with the heal to make sure he's healthier for the lane, too. That's kind of funny. As Barrack going to have to hit the TP back, pick up this one, but Ole Miss, gold lead early for them as top side, advantage jungle, advantage top laner.
Good spot to be in as Ole Miss, especially to get Griffin accelerated as such a key engage tool for this team. See how much he decides to pay a visit to slow down the Vladimir in the bot lane. But right now, we're fighting over the Raptor camp because we have to. It's the NACL. It's how we do it in the summer, apparently. Griffin going to secure it. No actual fight to be had here. We do have that first dragon up on the bot side of the map with both jungle support duos spotted on this side of the map. So we'll see if either team feels confident taking a crack.
It should be a Vi Dragon, and it should be a Vi Dragon on time. I would love to see Griffin just hit it now, as I really feel like the drafts can kick in and make sure this first dragon does go the way of the Land Sharks, because Vladimir can't contest this fight. So I'd love to see Griffin be aggressive around this one. That said, he's going to take his base, which was good. Got some bonus camps away from Wilson and cracked open a small lead. Going to turn that into items himself before he maybe looks at this dragon.
Powerful tunneler-led Vi making his way back out onto the rift. Griffin, to see him with a lead is pretty unsurprising to me. I think, obviously, there was a lot going on with Citadel last split. They were able to avoid that relegation tournament. I think a lot of it was because of how well Griffin was able to play some of these early games. Bounty potentially caught here by Kim Down, but a good headbutt away. Make sure Wilson does not get engaged on. Bradley now, maybe the new target with Samikin getting a bit of a speed up. But he's got Griffin nearby, and Well, Cubby, look what's up. We have to flip the game over them. It's red side Raptors again, and Griffin wants this objective. True Shot Barrage gets a decent chunk of poke damage onto Samikin and Kim down, but Griffin's going to win the smite fight. Headbutt pulled onto 3 from Bounty, the hijack depth charge, but the cease and desist from Griffin is really deep. The shockwave holds him in place. He has to flash away from the turret aggro. Kim down will drop, and Griffin is not punished for his very, very far fly forward.
Yeah, I feel like Winthrop's playing into the power wheelhouse of Ole Miss here. It's Silas Vi early on. You're not going to win against this duo, especially when help's coming from Bounty. I think that they're signing up to play a fight that Ole Miss wants to play. And they're getting punished pretty heavily by Ole Miss, who now have opened up a 2K gold lead playing around here. Camps being denied from Wilson across the board. But yeah, that is a Griffin that's ahead. Coming in and fighting a Wilson who just hit 6. Griffin had 6 for that fight. So yeah, he goes in deep, but it's still, like, on paper, that fight, that's going to be Ole Miss favored. So I would like to see Winthrop try and play around that or play for other stuff. Only good news about all the action around the top side here is that Gumbo has been able to free scale a little bit on the Vlad. So the problem area of this matchup, you've got some ability haste now for Vladimir. He's got some levels, so the sustain and the Qs are starting to rip where poke from Array doesn't matter quite as much. So that is good news for Winthrop. But topside, going to be a problem because Silas can really push the pace of the game forward with this Vi. And both champions are ahead in the scenario to do so for Ole Miss.
And then you factor in that Ariana, the person you called out has to be a big answer for the Vladimir later, is 600 gold up in the Scion matchup you expect Ambessa to be up in. But this does mean that power curve-wise, Ariana, Bradley, Griffin are all going to be strong enough where I think they'll be able to deal with a much weaker Vlad at this current point. Starting to see the neutral objectives drop, though. Winthrop are going to be spotted on the True Shot Barrage going after this first dragon, but they will secure it. The trade is going to be those 3 grubs back here for Griffin and Ole Miss. So playing more towards the expanding their economy further game, securing all 3 of those.
Could be nice for Ambessa later on. I know there's been some conversations going on about grubs that I participated in that LS has started on the Twitter sphere, which I appreciate because he has mathed some stuff out and actually had me math some stuff out. And oh boy.
The hijacked insect! And Wilson should be done for. He gets a good Dragon's Rage kick of his own to get both Bradley and Griffin off of him. Sonic Wave over the wall onto the Krug's pit, but Bradley wants to finish what he started, and he will be able to secure this kill that he rightfully earned, showing off that he can do some good Lee Sin mechanics on his Silas.
The flash kick from Bradley, well played, as the grub secured by Ole Miss. So what Alice has been talking about, just returning the grubs, is the more members that you have grouped up with you, grubs doesn't have that big of an impact. Like, I was testing this out in practice tool. The difference between having 5 members opening up on a mid turret is less than 3 seconds between having 3 grubs or no grubs. I didn't test it enough, but just given some of the variables we had, I'm pretty confident that in most games, difference between 3 grubs or no grubs is going to be about less than 3 seconds is 5. Where it can cash in is in the side lane. If you're trying to funnel 1 member, that impact of having grubs just to get you a better reset with more gold can be quite big. The impact mid.
He's got the flash, gets the shockwave off, will flash away. Bounty does not get the headbutt by the time Samikin flashes. But Kim down may have to pay the Pied Piper unless he's got a flash of his own. Wilson going to re-engage with a Sonic Wave into 3.
Okay.
Bradley's out of mana. Griffin's pretty low. True Shot Barrage hits both Sammy and Kim down. And neither fall. Array, nice find, but it's got to feel bad he doesn't get either of the kills.
Yeah, I'd say it's a win for Winthrop, just given that they're behind, and we've been talking about how this combo for Ole Miss is stronger now. They were able to neutralize that play. So, it's decent, but still, I don't love how Winthrop just continues to play into the game that Ole Miss wants to play. The 3v3 that they're showing mid on paper, the Silas and Vi just win this. And we have seen them just win this throughout the multiple fights that we've had. That was the first one where things just go even. And we're considering that a win for Winthrop. So I'm curious if they can find plays elsewhere, because it feels like the walls just kind of keep on closing in because Ole Miss picked a stronger early game comp, and this Vlad is going to keep on taking longer for him to get online. As now,
the hijack shockwave expended just as he stole it. Great revisit there from Bounty, showing the same strengths he had with that Conviction roster. Just such smart roams. And Ole Miss opened 4-0 up in the kill count. Bradley 3-0 with a bounty of his own on this Silas. Wonderful start here for the Land Sharks.
Double control ward mid. I mean, no control there for Samikin or Winthrop, and the 3-man just keeps on getting sent. There's no answer for Winthrop. They can only deter it to the best of their abilities. As, yeah, I mean, again, double control ward. You can see it on the top side. Bounty had one on the bot side. Samikin's just, I mean, he wasn't too far up in the lane, but he was too far up for that scenario. Didn't do anything against the reach of Silas as they continue to play through mid around Bradley, and it continues to pay off for Ole Miss. As 4K gold lead 12 minutes in. Very big for them.
This is, you know, you talked a lot about how dysfunctional the team got last split for Citadel with a lot of their roster swaps, but this is what we saw them do really well towards the end of it. Oh my god, Wilson is really committed this chase onto Bounty. Depth charge comes down, but again, is this a fight they really want with how much stronger the Ole Miss top side is? Bradley's able to reflank onto Samikin, gets the depth charge knockup onto 2, leaving Kim down to eat the shockwave onto Bounty. Tomo's going to run in with the Sanguine Pool, dropping the Hemo Plague, trying to re-heal through all of this. Good shit back there from Array to get away from the Lee Sin, but Bradley's here to clean up with a triple kill of his own. The Sanguine Pool will allow Tomo to flash over the wall, but Griffin gets to fall the Vault Breaker of his own, looking for the speed up, looking at the passive, gets a huge pullback on the health, but Griffin will get the kill. Winthrop chase into the wrong jungle, and Ole Miss pounce.
I just don't think that those plays are there for Winthrop right now. And even that fight was, I thought it was played better by Winthrop, but the gold deficit just coming back to bite them, and the strength of Bradley too. He's now 6-0-1, and the ability for this Silas to really shut down this game is far too real for Winthrop University. How would they win against Ole Miss as Ariana gets away from Barrick?
Dodges the Sonic Wave. He's going back in, baby! Poly execution right on Wilson's head, and Ariana should have this 2v1 locked up. Does have to flash to respect Samikin, and somehow can't finish off either of those kills. Really well played from Ariana, though.
And again, these skirmishes just keep on losing. Kim Down's going to get found now. As Ole Miss are the stronger team now, they can keep on playing, keep on moving, and Kim Down, no chance to stick around for this one. He's going down.
Should go down. How many times is this going to happen, man? This has been like 4 kills worth that we felt like Ole Miss should get, but they don't. It's water off their back,
It's still all the camps.
They're at 5K gold.
Yeah, they still get all the camps. So Kim Down does get out, does use the heal, and able to dredge line his way out of there, but camps go over to Griffin, who is very strong compared to Wilson, that first pick we sit in this one.
This is what the positive signs we saw from Ole Miss when they were Citadel last split getting expanded upon. We saw this a lot of the little couple wins they were able to pick up towards the end of the split. It was Griffin really playing such solid early games and setting his team up for big leads that they couldn't necessarily close out on as much as they'd like to last split. But with a rejuvenated roster, 5K gold lead, that is a pretty hard economy count to overcome if you are Winthrop. We're still just one measly item into the scaling. Vlad, Oriana not in position as well for Samikin. Not even done with the first item for Barrick. It is just all up the Rebels.
Again, I mean, Tomo, it's going to take a while for his impact to be felt. I do think the fact that Winthrop got that first dragon matters, just because it slows down what could be a potential fast dragon stack victory con going into the Vladimir, who, with time, will scale harder than anyone else in this game, right? But this leads too big for us to really spend time talking about the scaling of Winthrop, where Vladimir has enough items where he has enough ability haste where it looks good, but then we see this going on elsewhere, and it's just all a miss.
Yep. See you later, Samikin. Public execution lands. You are done for. Griffin in the background also trying to take the Rift Herald on his own. Wards are coming down, but without Samikin, Winthrop, they can't fight for this Herald. They're instead just going to settle for stealing away some Raptor camps and watching this gold lead continue to trend away from them.
I mean, all Barrick can really do is clear these waves as the Scion and the Silas. You know, Silas doesn't exactly like seeing Scion in this game because you can't really move him, but you also don't have threat to Silas. Nothing like what, you know, something like a Renekton can do. But if Barrick is just able to buy time, we know what the Vlad can do later on, which this is very much set up for, and honestly, Might be a good time for us to talk about Tomo a bit, as the last time that we saw Tomo in this league, he was playing in the finals of NACL with Insanity, with XU on that Dignitas squad. They got 3-1 by C9, which featured Tomio and Zazel at the time, with Lost 80 Carry 2. That was quite a good team we had in the NACL. But to have him back, no mobility, and the rest of Winthrop was like, yeah, having Tomo behind us was really helpful. Just having a player in our shoes and brought some good knowledge too. Now to have him back on the Rift, we know mechanically Tomo has always been able to play really well. Kind of curious if coaching maybe helped round out his view of the game a bit, which I think is something that he, could use leveling up on. Just being in those different shoes and having a split where you're really trying to think about the game top down instead of piloting one of these characters. And sometimes change how you view it. And if that's the case, then that could be valuable for Tomo.
See if any of that value shows up in this first game, because Ole Miss are just unrelenting, man. They're going to interrupt Barracks' unstoppable onslaught, trying to get away from this tier 1 turret. In that sense, Bradley godlike at this point.
Turret falls, 7K gold lead now for Ole Miss in their pocket, says. Really, from the start of this game, we called out that Ole Miss, this is a team that likes to play aggressive early.
Okay, Shockwave on Ariana. Samikin is going to be able to get himself out, but I don't think... Yeah, Ariana has another 1-on-2 that I think he comes out on top of. Public Execution's going to hit. He's going to re-dash forward. Wilson has to run away. Samikin is going to flash away from Ariana. He throws up the emote as he does finally get shut down. Bounty not able to save his top laner. But that effectively took 3 members of the Golden Eagles to commit to.
Yeah, 3 members, 2 ults, and they were able to win it in the end, but Ariana really gave them and the rest of us at home a scare. As with that time bought, Bradley with the 3 grubs able to pick up an inner turret. Tomo can't be comboed on as he does drop the pool, but the play might still go. As both teams looking mid-TP.
Yeah, it's going to be a Vault Breaker dash from Griffin with a Resonating Strike. Still comes through from Wilson. Another Vault Breaker out. Bounty's going to flash, and they will get the tier 1 turret. And only have to use a couple of key summoners, but look how much of the map now is just wide open for Ole Miss.
A lot of gold taken off those turrets as it's 4-0 with the 3 grubs in the lead. Ole Miss driving it home, and the control wards too they've left behind. You can see Winthrop using this turn a minute before this dragon spawns to clear out the wards in their own jungle. Ole Miss has done a nice job leaving some vision behind on these pushes, and Bradley continuing to do his best to push this game forward. He's sitting at 7-0 early on this Silas. I do still think that Ole Miss's comp runs out of gas later on, but with the gold lead that we have, we're not even close to being concerned about that, as they have really forced their will upon this game, and there's been no deterrence from Winthrop.
They're just setting up shop in this enemy jungle, and it's not their enemy's jungle anymore. Wilson, blinking health bar from the True Shot Barrage. Ray gets out of the snag that was Barrick. Public Execution forward from Ariana, grabs Barrick as well, sends him into the zombified remains that was the Scion. And of course, what respawns right as those 2 kills come across? The red side Raptors. But now it's just the whole red side quadrant of Winthrop that belongs to Griffin.
I almost have to go back and watch how that play developed, because I feel like Winthrop was on the top side because they didn't want to play the dragon. And Ole Miss is like, hey guys, they're trying to play away from us, but let's play towards them. Because again, there's not a single fight Ole Miss can see right now that they don't win. As they continue to push forward in this game. Continuing to make the Scion look like paper mache. And setting their sights on this dragon, where the stacking hasn't been fast enough, but boy oh boy, have they really stacked up the wallets, which is what's mattering tenfold right now in this one.
Economy. As long as the gold's booming, we're feeling good. As Ole Miss, over 9,000 gold at 20 minutes. That is one hell of an individual mark to accrue in your first game of the NACL Summer Split. We're going to use that to pick up this first Ocean Drake of an Ocean Soul. The second dragon over to Ole Miss here. But they're just going to keep picking up whatever they want on the map at this point. And you can really start to see it reflected in the item leads. Bradley, you're going to look at his screen at the disgusting numbers he's put up 20 minutes into this game 1. He won't be far off a third item Zanya's. And he's looking to cash in on champion kills to get so. Doesn't get to the hijack
chain
shockwave
to
off,
creep.
but he's still going to dash forward. He
Oh.
flashes for the abduct to get the two-man hijack shockwave. Bradley is putting on a show right now for the Land Sharks as he bites down on a legendary kill onto Samikin. Welcome to the Ole Miss Winthrop University rivalry, Samikin, and welcome to your death once more, Kim Down.
Couldn't quite get the turret with that backdoor opponent. Is Baron going to fall to the side of Ole Miss as Ariana, just for good measure, is trying to win this fight on the bot side too. All of this goes down.
This one may take a decent amount of time, so yeah, we'll flash away from that to say, hey, Ole Miss got the Baron at 21:45 on the clock. Gold League goes over 10,000. Safe to say this game has slipped very quickly out of the grasp of Winthrop, and most importantly, everybody at home, Vladimir in the 80 carry role is going to lose. That's the win.
Gonna not be relevant in the game where, I mean, Coach Tail said coming in, we're worried about Ole Miss's early plans and their ability to play aggressive. Vlad opens up more opportunities for that, just given the fact that he doesn't really have pressure early on, and Ole Miss cashed it in through mid as the trio they drafted was stronger on paper, and I feel like Winthrop really played into the hands of Ole Miss, who got those leads early. I think Bounty deserves a lot of kudos for how he pushed this game forward, and a stealthy game from Bradley where we did see some of these games from Bradley last split. We just want to see more consistent games from him because I feel like the lows were quite low. Always been a player with high highs and low lows, but saw a few too many lows to start off on a high like this. You always know what Bradley can do on the melees, on champs like Silas, and been a really good game played through him by Ole Miss to open things up here in summer.
Now they're opening up more space on the map for their own. They knock down the tier 2 turret. Dreadside's going to land on a bounty, so he does have to pop the Unbreakable Will. But there's not enough damage right now to get through a very tanky Alistar. So Winthrop will just clear out the wave and try and play towards their bot side, but Array's going to hit a 3-for-1 True Shot Barrage for more poke damage, and the siege shall continue here for Ole Miss.
Gotta imagine the next Dragon is really not even in the forefront of Winthrop's minds. Any access to camps they can get at this point is what they're thinking of. That Dragon is just in full control.
I don't know how much Ole Miss cares about that Dragon, man. I don't think they're trying to play for a soul in this game.
Yeah, shutting things down against Oriana Vlad, those mages kind of tough to stall out the game. They have the poke, but I think tough for them to find engages through gates of the base, so don't quite have the strength yet with this Baron. Go for that as Bradley is kind of low on mana here.
Bradley
Might just have to kick Wilson away.
Oh my god. I think Wilson's happy he got kicked away from Bradley after that one combo. The Dreadslide will still land into a shockwave here from Samikin. Tomo here as well with the full Hema playing. All of that needed to take down Bradley, but look at Ariana fly into the background. Cease and desist hits onto Wilson. He still lives though. Flashes out. It's a huge headbutt pull to come through from Bounty, and now all of the Land Sharks are here to pull the Golden Eagles down into the murky water. Down goes Barrick. Next to fall is Samikin to Ariana. Ole Miss still have the Baron, and now they're set their sights on the Winthrop base.
No damage that this Ambessa has to worry about, as I think we really set Bounty up more as that NACL champion stepping into Ole Miss. But how about Oriana, the top laner that was the MVP for his team in the promotion relegation tournament, stepping up big the debut here with Ole Miss, as this Ambessa talked about how it was the one champion that was really going to be able to deal with Vlad later on. He's been dealing with all of Winthrop early, as Ariana's been big in this one.
Solo lanes, just what a statement, right?
Yeah.
Ariana, 4K gold up. Let's say hi to our friends Phillips and Relco One Blade with a nice precision play, and it was Bradley hijacking Samikin's bread and butter shockwave and using it against him.
At casting it as the abduct was coming out with that E. Had the confidence he was going to hit the chains. That he did. Shockwave got both, as Bradley was shut down in the last fight after going legendary, but still has been the big difference maker for Ole Miss in this game one. And Wilson.
Oh, Wilson, you can't back next to that ward. This isn't your jungle anymore. Cease and desist into public execution. What a lovely combo. Another gray screen for Wilson. More kills for Ole Miss. 18 kills in 26 minutes.
Goodbye Dragon whenever they want it, but right now they're busy chasing Samikin around,
Oh,
who is found.
Yeah, Griffin got him. Doesn't get the base off. Vault Breaker to come through. Samikin does get a speed up, but the flash is committed. Griffin doesn't want to leave any stragglers on the bot side.
Yeah,
what a fight found here from
GG.
Bounty and Ariana. This very well will be the game. Samikin is as good as done for. Thousands of miles away from his own home and his own safety. Inhibitor going to go down, and Ole Miss are going to keep on pressing to get their first win of the summer split as Red Buff will kill off Samikin.
New look, Land Sharks take down the Throps as big game one coming out from all of Ole Miss. We saw the best of them as Griffin and Bradley, they got things going early, did not let up as Winthrop did not get into that game.
27 minutes, 23 kills to 4. Ole Miss up 1-0 in our historic collegiate rivalry.
And this was one, when looking at the rosters on paper, you know, it really felt like last split, Winthrop just had edge over Ole Miss. Like, they were a team that was shaping up. We didn't feel like the Ole Miss roster could challenge that version of Winthrop. Coming into this one, I felt like on paper, Ole Miss, their team was stronger than Winthrop. And boy, did we feel that in this game one. Is this is a team with some of the changes, adjustments that they have made. I really feel like they're a lot more likely to be in that playoff picture or be pesty rather than on the outside looking in. They do play in that group as harder. I still expect that Ole Miss is likely to have a worse record in that group or be in that last chance qualifier, just looking at the powerhouses of Conviction, Maryville, and NRG that do exist in this group. But regardless of that, just to have this team a lot more stability stepping into Split 2, getting a champion of the NACL on this roster, and putting together a good game from start to finish, it's a good start for the Land Shark team that we feel like is going to be stronger in the slot this split than last, and they definitely showed that in their opener.
And hey, Cubby, for the Ole Miss and this tough group they're in arguments, if they win this game too, Maryville 0-1, Blue Water 0-1, Ole Miss would be looking at 1-0, which would be a good spot to be in. Will they be able to get our second sweep of the day over the line? Well, there's only one way to find out. That's, of course, getting into that game too. But before we get there, we have a draft. And before that, we'll have to take a short break. So enjoy this intermission, and we'll see you on the other side for Game 2, Winthrop University, Ole Miss.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Nice of all of you to come join us back here on the NACL live stream for day 2 of week 1 of our summer split. The road to try and earn yourself an LCS spot. And so far, Ole Miss opened the gate with I would say the most one-sided game we've had of the day here, Cubby, dismantling the Golden Eagles.
Yeah, that one wasn't very close, as I really feel like Winthrop played into what Ole Miss wanted to do. And the Respawn Raptors, the game started going Ole Miss's way from there, and it didn't let up, as they really had, I think, a very big match from Oriana. And Griffin and Bradley were the ones that ran that map through Bounty. Through Bradley, but with Bounty. And, yeah, it was really, really good looks here from Ole Miss in their debut, as a few less pieces changed, and getting some pre-existing synergy between Oriana and Bounty, who did play together at GBU, stepping into this squad and looking good as they took down Winthrop. Yeah,
it's kind of funny to think about, right? This is Ole Miss, the university, playing as their team here in the NACL. But right now, I believe, looking at the setups from some of the other OME guys, I think they're back home, so they're not at...
They're a 2 in GVU, yeah.
Yeah, but that's the funny part, right, is that then there's 2 guys who are both playing in GVU's system at their facilities right now near each other. But, back to the points you were kind of talking, I kind of want to expand a bit more on that point you made here with, like, how many changes we've seen for both of these teams. But you can really see not just the familiarity with Oriana and Bounty, but it feels like the changes that Ole Miss have made are a lot easier to integrate quickly, right? More seamless. And we really felt that in that first game compared to Winthrop's bigger changes.
Yeah, I mean, this was a team that was playing through Griffin and Bradley. Winthrop was a team that felt like they were playing through Denethor and Mobility. Those 2 members are missing, whereas Ole Miss really has, I think, the important members of their core together. So, I guess they were swapping around to find answers to top and support, and actually have 2 players dedicated to those roles from different schools stepping in and stepping up big in that game 1, which was very Ole Miss favored. So, game 2, see if Winthrop can find a bit of a different draft to help them in this one, as it will be red side second pick. So we'll have counter pick this time around for Winthrop.
A traditional draft. We can get back to saying B1. We'll see exactly what Ole Miss want to do with that coveted pick here, but some familiar faces are earning themselves spots on the bans. Of course, Zoe for Samikin, Camille, just seems like it might be one of the most permanent ban champions we have in this split so far early on to start out. I am not seeing a Nocturne ban come out that we've seen across all 3 of our games today so far. And there it is. So that will be the final ban here from Winthrop, while targeting a lot of Bradley's pool. So what does Ole Miss want?
We'll say I'm a little bit surprised that they weren't letting Nocturne up, just wanting to take Lee Sin, because oftentimes players will take that, because level 1 you can kind of mash Nocturne, go from there. But Nocturne's still on the ban list quite a bit, even though I think 20 damage off the Q is a pretty big nerf to him. So maybe targeted. Looks to be a Rumble first pick here for Oriana, maybe, as the swap to Ziggs is the change. And for me, a lot of emphasis should be put on Bard now, as that big roaming support that we know Kim Down plays quite well. Bounty can play quite well, too. And curious if that shows its face here in draft for Winthrop University.
Will be interesting to see, especially if that goes towards the Ole Miss side, because I really feel like the burgeoning identity of this team, especially now that we're meta-wise really focusing on the fact that jungle and support map movements of early game is so critical. Ole Miss are showing, like, they, even back to the Citadel days, that they want to play really aggro early game, and the way Griffin and Bounty can link up is the key to that. We're going to see Winthrop lock in the victor here. Likely to go to Samikin, but in this day and age, you never know. And Tomo just played Vladimir bottom lane, so we can really never factor out any of the mages anymore, as the Shen will also lock into it. So I would say a bit of flexibility with Winthrop's first 2 picks.
Yeah, I would actually agree, as we'll be interested to see where either of those go. I think there is a world where we could have Victor matching Ziggs for sure. So, I think Shen, Leona for me too, like leads a lot more credence towards that Shen being at support because the W gets you out of that Leona stun as the Shen. Can be quite nice. So I was kind of interested that Bounty actually went for the Leona now. As with Shen showing, I feel like that kind of decreases priority on something like Leona. But will be the Ziggs paired up with the Leona and a Jace to boot as well. So Poke coming in. And I would say I associate Jace a bit more with Bradley here in the mid lane. So I know that we've usually have seen Jace top, but I think that Ole Miss is probably going to sit on this and maybe be flexible. And if it does end up being a Shen support, I bet you that Bradley ends up taking this Jace mid.
Vibe I'm getting from this Game 2 draft is that both of our teams are holding their cards pretty close to their chest on what exactly
not anymore
the identities are going to be. A little bit less so now for Winthrop. Yeah, good observation there, Cubby. Cassante for Barrack means that the Shen will be in Kim Down's hands. I like it better for Kim Down for the points you made, but also the real weakness Winthrop had last game was trying to match those aggressive skirmishes early from Ole Miss and not really being in the right place and it being difficult for them to make them happen. I think Shen is one of the best supports to try and do this, the River Shen. So they're trying to match that fight power in this game too.
Yeah, and I think that jungle bans makes a lot of sense from Winthrop, as the Trundle tells me they might be setting up for a Xin Zhao here. Could be really nice with getting Shen into the fight, and also that Crescent Guard valuable against Ziggs and Jace to get rid of some of that poke.
I think they should ban it if they're all missed, to be honest. I think it would really ruin J6.
I'm kind of with you there, Slayer. I feel like a lot of high priorities still left on Xin, but also could be in the world where they could be more worried about a Pantheon too, where you can do double globals with Shen and turn a 1v1 to a 3v1 for a pretty big power play if you want. That's definitely something that can pressure Jace a lot in the side lanes. So I think Winthrop has a couple options. You're just going to take away some junglers that can maybe open that up as, yeah, that Aurelia ban. That is targeted at Bradley, but I still feel like there is a world where this is just Bradley's Jace. I think that now that we see Cassante top, like, Ariana kind of has a choice. Like, okay, do I want to go Brass, Black Cleaver, play for lane, do something like that? Or if it is going to be the Jace mid, I'm curious to see what that end option ends up being, as that Xin Zhao that we both called out, Slayer, and you called to be banned away, gets banned out by Ole Miss, and now, is it going to be the Pantheon for Wilson?
Will it be the Pantheon? Full court press on the map, the couple of globals. Again, I feel like Winthrop really want to try and match or slow down how aggro Ole Miss want to play early with winning lanes. We're going to get the Talia locked in, and that means one of Talia or Victor are your AD carry for Winthrop in Game 2. Tomo has fully joined the dark side.
It means that I have more reason to want to see Pantheon, too. And frankly, I don't like Pantheon that much for Ole Miss. I think it's playable. But into Shen, Cassante, Victor, Talia, I think that there are issues that you find as Tristana
Is this Tristana
comes
top?
out.
Is this Tristana top?
It could be. I mean, things are still flexible here on the Ole Miss side. I think I'd be remiss to say that it's an old classic for Array, too. I was hinting at what he did on Resolve. This was the pick that he did it on when he knocked out C9.
Oh, good point.
So I'm with you. I think it's more likely it's not AD, but flexibility showing, as we think that's going to be Skarner jungle for sure for Griffin.
We know that
a bit of
one.
tankiness in the front line. And with no marksman in the game, that's nice.
We know that one in Leona. Where are the other three? I think there's a lot of combos. What I will say towards the Array playing Tristana argument is the one potential fix that a couple of marksman players have had to counter the mages is to play Tristana, because obviously you just look for those like level 2 hop-ins. You try and Goomba stomp the mages when they are very weak. Kindred is going to be the R5 here for Wilson. So we do, in fact, end up with a couple of marksmen in this game. It just looks like neither of them are going to be out of the AD carry role. Unless we see any switches, it looks like Bradley is on the Tristana mid. Array with the Ziggs, and Ariana is going to take that positive Jace into Cassante matchup.
Bradley should be able to support early with some push, but into Victor, kind of hard to find kills. as he does lane well and has the gravity field. So you got to be careful when you rocket jump in, because if you don't get the proc on your E and get rocket jump back, you're going to get locked down and taken out by Victor. But honestly, a lot of poke showing here for Winthrop, just with the Talia and the Victor. I guess it kind of matches what Jace and Ziggs can do, but I prefer Jace and Ziggs. I feel like they outrange what Winthrop has. And the big difference maker is going to be, can Tomo and Kim Down make plays? And they're doing so from the same lane and bot. So I think it's a little bit harder as Talia to use those Weaver's walls to actually be active and make plays elsewhere. So overall, I kind of feel like Ole Miss's draft is a bit more common, / we've seen this a little bit more before. Winthrop playing with some of the new fun tools that we have in the bot lane with stuff like Talia Shen. We're going to have to see if they can get that one to work out or be a bridge to get Wilson some stacks here on this Kindred.
Stacking on the Kindred, paramount to the success of Winthrop University as we hit the Rift. Once again, Game 2, staring down a potential 4-0 day with how big of a Game 1 win it was for Ole Miss. And level 1 is going to be complete pandemonium. Hop forward there for Bradley. Ignite onto Tomo. Heal going to come across with the flash forward for Bradley. He gets the first blood, and he hops out with the reset. And now Samikin is screwed. Griffin picks up that kill. And how about that for Ole Miss aggro in the early game? They go 2-0 up before minions even crash.
And when you open hop on the Tristana, you got to get blood to continue the train. Bradley does just that. Opens up with a kill, and assist, and a big lead for the Land Sharks. As that level 1 did not go the way that Winthrop was hoping for on the walk-in. Ole Miss with the full punish and a tough start for Winthrop in a game in a series. I mean, they already find themselves down 1.
Already down 1, already down 1,000 gold in Game 2 now, and it's exactly where you want it for Bradley again to come away with a massive start into a matchup, by the way, where he should have such control over in these early phases. It's a point I wanted to ask you about, Cubby, once we got onto the Rift, about how hard it feels like it was going to be for Wilson to actually get early stacks with how pushing heavy these Ole Miss lanes are. But now that just got even worse.
Yeah, I kind of not surprised that he's clearing his way down, because I think the odds of having push bot much higher than having push top, where Barrick's going to be jailed a bit in this matchup, and where Bradley can also help keep Samikin under this tower getting a lot of CS. So Victor will be able to pick up the CS. This isn't necessarily a bad matchup for Victor. It's just one that he doesn't get pressure in early. He needs the levels, whereas Bradley, the marksman, having the auto attacks early on, he can bring that push and try and help alleviate some pain for Griffin.
Always has to respect the all-in too now, especially now that Bradley has that lead. Bradley does opt to get the Null Magic Mantle instead of look maybe more aggro for raw damage, something like a Longsword. So he is also respecting Samikin's poke and wants to be able to stay in lane as long as he can. But now we're in that problem zone, right? We have soon for the first crab to spawn, which if all my Kindred enjoyers know is so paramount. A little bit of gambling, right? With the clears. Did Wilson win the crab spawn of Destiny we're going to see right here? Nope, he lost it. So Griffin on the right side, and that feels even worse for Winthrop.
It's a true 50-50 unlike roulette, Couldn't even hit the true 50-50. That's a feels bad start here for Wilson. It is. Not able to connect with it, but we'll at least try and get that info. You can see that Ward being refreshed, a big emphasis being put on the Raptors in Game 1 and in this series as well. College students do all love their chicken nuggets. I feel like that's always very fair to say. And we have seen that a lot in this game, as that has been where a lot of the action has fallen around these Raptors, as Bounty even trying to force Kim down out. Wilson trying to find a look, and yeah, these are not going to be his. It's going to be contested because it's Kindred and he wants to walk, but this is...
Oh, and Bounty flashes right on Wilson's head, gets the stun, throws the Ignite down. Wow. All of this just to deny those Raptors. Bradley's going to rocket jump back forward out of the gravity well, so Samikin takes a hearty chunk. Oh, good flip back, though, comes across from Tomo, catches a ray. He's going to flash onto the right side of the satchel charge as it explodes. So he doesn't end up dropping, but that is flash off the Ziggs. Nice little find there from Tomo.
And actually got the mark back. So by taking that reset, Wilson, he waited for the mark to respawn, was able to find it on that crab, gets it for himself, but now action going to continue as Griffin kind of realizing that, and the game has been played. They try and find Wilson here.
Ooh.
That's
a
a good
hop away
cue
from
out.
Crystal's impacts.
Still, I mean, it's kind of like last game. A lot of this action is being put around mid, but the 3v3 is just straight up winning here for Ole Miss between the Leona and between this Tristana. More opportunity or more power if there is action that emerges. At least Winthrop this time around, they don't opt into the action and kind of play into the way that Ole Miss, I think, wants to play this game again, which is 3v3ing around mid. They are able to deter it this time.
Positive signs going forward here as our top laner is getting very low. Ariana nearly has the kill onto Barrick, but he flashes away, gets the heal here from Gindown. Gonna flash back forward for the hammer pound, but Barrick's got enough health, and Wilson's gonna pick up the kill.
Did he get a stack?
Ariana's commanding top lane lead has been slowed down. I do not believe he got a stack.
I saw the Skarner portrait. I thought I saw an icon, but I think that was getting more attack speed there on the, the trophies you get from the kills there. From the runes. But Wilson at least able to have a good find and flip this matchup on the top side, which Ariana has been really besting Barrick in his first look with the Throps for this one. His Ariana first look for the Land Sharks has been good, but does fall to the pressure there and gives Winthrop a little something.
So, Cubby, obviously we saw a bit of Kindred come across at MSI. Players like Shun were really piloting it, really stamp their play style behind it, but we haven't seen a ton of Kindred. Explain to me and maybe the less casual knowers of Kindred how valuable the stacks are and how much that's got to revolve around Winthrop's game plan at this point.
Yeah, a lot of Kindred players will tell you that, like, you aren't really strong in the game until you get 4 stacks, because you get more range at 4 stacks. So we gotta pause though, because Winthrop, he's trying to contest
They're trying
the
to get 4 stacks.
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right. I don't even know who made away with the big chicken there, but
not Wilson.
I'm just happy that nobody blew flashes or died around another Raptors camp.
Pretty sure Wilson got it. Actually, Wilson might have, because he's got 2 stacks now. You can see the 2 by the Kindred there. So maybe he snuck that big one away. But yeah, at 4 you get extra range, and pretty much the stacks empower the Kindred E-execute, and there are thresholds where you can get a lot more. You do hit those thresholds, so see if Wilson's able to do that as Kindred. Champion that I lovingly refer to as one of the CEOs of Tier 2. Always feels like when we see Kindred, games are a little bit sloppier down here at this level compared to the pro level. More opportunity to get some stacks, and if Kindred does get going in games, can really define games just between Lamb's Respite and how strong she can be when she does secure those stacks.
Keep an eye out for that number 4.
Number 3 right here.
Which is 1 away here for Wilson. Yep, number 3 off of the Scuttle Crab. It's going to be the last time that he'll be able to use good old Shelly. Not Shelly's the Rift Herald. Shelly will be helpful later for those stacks. The Scuttle Crab to get more of those stacks is see Tomo use that Weaver's Wall to cheat a base here. With TP and Weaver's Wall, it's really hard for Array to ever find bot lane tempo over this Taliyah, partly why it's picked up in the bottom lane these days.
Match the push, as I think right now still, if Ole Miss finds the 3v3, I prefer them. Indra doesn't have items yet. I really prefer the strength of Skarner in these fights. I just don't think that he can be moved as a meatball. If Ole Miss were to find this, and Bounty's going.
Zenith Blade going in.
Yeah.
There's the Impale to snag Kim down, and there's no Lamb's Respite to save either member of Winthrop, and the Ishtal's Impact Slam is pristine from Griffin to make it a 3-0 sweep in the kill count. The Land Sharks are back at it again in another early game. Stop me if you heard that one before.
They are. I really don't like that take from Winthrop. You need to buy time for your Victor to kind of get into the game and have more impact. Bradley's going to have the push and have these moves, and you're fighting into the Skarner that is so strong early. Is Bradley.
Scorch? Oh! That is, I believe I saw 13 HP on Bradley as he flashes away from Samikin and lives.
Not going to match the flash, does force Bradley out, but I mean, just comp-wise, I feel like Leona's stronger now, Ziggs is stronger now, Tristana's stronger now, and Skarner's stronger now. And in spite of all that, you still take the fight where, like, Ole Miss wants that play. Bounty really does want to find the fight there. And I feel like Winthrop kind of handed that opportunity over to Ole Miss, which is a lot of what we saw in Game 1. So I do think that Winthrop, obviously a very new look for them, but said that at least the pieces that we felt like they played around a lot of the times was Denethor and Mobility being their stronger members. Wilson and Kim Down were so good in supporting that and supporting Zach and playing fast with the team. It doesn't feel like this new look Winthrop is yet on the same page. And I think strategically in both these games, they've really played into the hands of what Ole Miss wants to do early, something that this team was well aware of. It was something that Coach Tails was shouting out. The talent that Ole Miss has, or like the thing to look out for, is their early game plans in play. It feels like Winthrop has really played into that for Ole Miss.
Knowing the style Ole Miss are going to play and playing right into it definitely does not feel good here as we once again are fighting over a Raptor camp, by the way. Wilson does smite it away, gets slowed, it has to flash from a nicely timed impale out of Griffin. So there's the flash off of Wilson, who is still yet to find that fourth mark. He'll have to find it at the enemy Raptor camp that I'm sure we'll fight over soon, but not right now with the amount of poke and harass that Winthrop is enduring.
I mean, I really feel like if this game was even gold, we'd still see Ole Miss having control over these scenarios just at this point of the game with the drafts, but the fact it's a 2K gold advantage too, really no chance for Winthrop to sneak in and at least try and force their will upon the game. I think that Wilson is going to need probably 2 items and change. Like Skarner can just really throw his weight around now with the harness that I think was rightfully nerfed, but still is a very strong opening item these junglers are going to look for. And I say nerf, but we're on 13 still right now, so
yes,
no new patch for these guys. So Griffin feeling really good what he's got in this matchup, and Ole Miss feeling good about the lead they have. I think what's on my list now is, can they punish Jace at all? I think there's a real chance to rinse and repeat Jace a bit in this game, which is usually what I like when you have a Shen or you have a Cassante. Playing into the Jace is doable, because if you pressure him, you should be able to find these kills. I want to see if that ends up being the angle for Winthrop.
Are you trying to speak this thing into existence right now, Cuppy? Because I think Barrick might just go all out onto Orianna. Not going to pull the trigger on that one. Gets into Tough Strike's pullback. The flash over to make sure it doesn't pull Barrick away from the turret. Ooh. It pulls him into the turret, but he still has the flash. Gets the solo bolo. Welcome back to the NACL, Barrick.
And that's a good look for Barrick, as Barrick was bested pretty badly in that game one and was getting bested in this one. But again, Cassante versus Jace, you get that armor. If it's not the cleaver from Jace, he's going to lethality, so he has the poke and the impact of that on the back line. But you don't really feel that as the Cassante once you get some armor going, and Barrick was able to find that solo kill in the window. So well played, Barrick. He gets something going for Winthrop in that top side at least, but the invades and the mid play from Ole Miss really focusing around this mid lane. Still something that Winthrop cannot answer, and something that Ole Miss is still trying to use the pressure Winthrop.
Ole Miss still pressuring in this red quadrant of Winthrop's jungle. They tried to go after the red buff. The Graviton Well is going to end up stunning and setting up a taunt onto Griffin. He gets the impale onto 2, but Tomo off the side gets a huge seismic shove. Griffin gets shut down. Bounty getting hampered by the Arcane Storm. It's going to be a laser from Samika to find that second kill. Finally, the Golden Eagles are able to punish Ole Miss trying to take the fight in their own jungle.
Yeah, they can't answer that 3v3, so what do they do this time around? They bring down Barrick, who had the tempo off the solo kill, and bring up Tomo, who didn't even drop the Weaver's Wall to make that move. Is Chenault coming down?
Oh, Stand United. Taunt set up. Array is nearby. Orianna trying to kite back. Will's going to jump over the wall. Still has the Lamb's Respite if he needs it, but he's not going to. It's a nice Saddle Charge from Array. Valiantly gets his top laner out and flashes over the wall as well. Array saving himself and Orianna from the River Shen.
Stand United use. Flash being taken away is still valuable. I think, again, they can look to rinse and repeat. And I like how they were looking at Orianna, who was down Flash. Played as well out of that one nicely. But I think that's what Winthrop needs to look to do. Try and punish this Jace if they make those plays. They will actually defend this side of the jungle for Wilson. So Winthrop found a lot of stability for themselves on this deploy Slayer. And honestly, I mean, this game kind of looks like it was starting to get out of control, back in Ole Miss's favor heavily. Well played there by Winthrop as Barrick gets himself out. Might get Bounty.
Beautiful, all out. He was in a 1v2, and instead he pulls Bounty all the way past his own tier 1 turret. Bot side, though, we have a 1v1 as well. Salmon King gonna have to flash away from Bradley, who does not get the rocket jump reset. Winthrop only a couple hundred gold behind as we have a pause come in. And the last thing I'll say before we likely go off the game screen is we now have seen Wilson go from 3 marks to 6 marks, Cubby.
That's big.
In basically a minute's time.
That's big. I didn't realize that he was at 6. That's a good catch there, Slayer. As, again, I feel like this game all of a sudden got somewhat competitive. We've seen some good moves come out from Tomo and the rest of Winthrop. And that kill from Barrick, really big, because not only were they able to turn that, like they turned that into a topside play where they actually forced Ole Miss out. I know they didn't get the kill on Oriana, but used tools to force them out. Got that topside jungle, and then turned it into a kill from Bounty, too. So really that point of strength, I'd say emerging from Barrick, finding the solo kill. And Winthrop, they brought Barrick in to defend the play. Then they tried to make a proactive play in Oriana. They at least got flashes out. And then Ole Miss tries to answer, and Winthrop successfully defend again. And we're in the pause screen. But all of a sudden, we have a game with some tension in it once we return to the action.
Yeah, I'm hearing it's a microphone communication issue. So I think I was about to say that's usually a quick fix. I thought we were about to go back into game. So shouldn't be too long before we figure that out.
You thought you had the perfect transition, Slayer. You're like, wow, I didn't even plan that one out. That's perfect.
Yeah, sometimes, we're both, dusted some rust off. We had our own break, so we just have to work some time before the magical timings can come back to us as casters here. Speaking on, the game states and some comments that I've been seeing, you mentioned the top side jungle, the red side jungle a lot. Our socials team, or if anyone wants some free content that'll bang, I need somebody to make a counter of how many times a fight pre-level 6 has broken. No, it doesn't have to be pre-level 6. A fight has broken out in the NACL at the red side Raptors pit. Because I'm pretty sure we're at double digits, and we've played 4 total series. I need to know what's going on. Why here? Why this one spot on the map do we always have to arguably flip a lot of our games on?
All the college students just love chicken nuggets. That's got to be it, Slayer, Who has said no to a 10-piece meal as a college student? You cannot say no to such delicacies in life. Especially ones that don't have lettuce currently, There's even more strategic value at the moment to partake.
If I would never say no if it's in between the hours of noon and 4 a.m.
Yeah.
That's the window.
That seems about right.
I would say.
As a former college student ourselves,
Yeah, it's a large. A former college student that ate a lot of chicken nuggets as a college student. So yeah,
you got to protein up. I mean, you're a gym head, You gotta find the macros that are important.
I have in fact been that guy ordering the 30 count at a Chick-fil-A before. I've been that guy.
Not
and it
guy.
was
That's
after a gym session. So.
There you go. Yeah.
So you're apt on your description there, Cubby. We're back into the game, by the way. The communication issue has been solved. We have Rift Herald now onto the Rift. Second Dragon of the game is still about a minute 30 out. So despite Winthrop's recent heroics, I do still think Ole Miss are a bit stronger at this point, but Wilson is I believe it's one more mark away from another range upgrade, right? It goes 4, and then you go by 3s. 4, 7, okay.
Yeah. So that's big. I mean, again, Kindred players, it's 4 stacks, I am a champion. 7 stacks, I'm really strong now and for the rest of the game. I think if you talk to a lot of Kindred players, and I have to boil it down to oversimplify it, what a lot of folks feel. So Wilson very far ahead of the curve in this one. Pretty much next sign of action, he's going to be big now and for the rest of the game. And that Triforce and some long swords behind it, but the poke again. Range advantage for Ole Miss. Executes need to be sound for Winthrop. And you can see at least the Ziggs forcing them out. Once they bring the Jace up, if they want to as well, it'll be something difficult for Winthrop to deal with as TP coming in is 5. Fight breaking out.
Ooh, Bradley, nice jump as the taunt comes down. The impale lands onto Kim down. But Bradley has to get out as Barrick TP's in. Nice buster shot gets Barrick away from Ole Miss. They TP'd in Barrick. So keep in mind, Oriana is getting valuable solo XP and gold on the bot side as Winthrop try and re-engage on the Herald.
I did not love that attempt from Winthrop. I feel like Barrick tried to go for something that wasn't there. He tried to find that engage in the wall from Tomo. Also one that I thought early on Ray was going to get out of, and he did. So combo doesn't come down from Talia. It is power for Oriana, traded for power elsewhere as Bradley just dies. Okay, that's an oops.
Yep.
See, those are the moments I was hoping to see less of from Bradley this split compared to last. You take the good with the bad with him at times, and I feel like the difference between that is very much like Coach Niles or Coach DeAndre prepping to sub in for a match. It's a pretty large difference between the goods and the bads we get from Bradley.
I will say, at least well, yeah, I'd really emphasize how bad of a death that is for Bradley. The gold lead has stayed even off of that shutdown and kill alone when Orianna got an entire solo bot lane turret to himself on the bot side. That's how much impact that shutdown is. And it went right into Samikin's pot of gold. So the one big scale threat, the Victor on the side of Winthrop, gets a huge injection.
At least Dragon secured here for Ole Miss, so it could be a 1-1 split as we have a Cloud Soul entering the Rift. But Winthrop, the plays from them have been better. This has been a more cohesive look from them in this game. And I think that, again, like when you have a Vlad bot, that really, you kind of are playing 4v5 for the first 20 minutes of the game. I think Vlad's just there to kind of scale and hit the waves. Has looked better for Winthrop. I think Barrick has stepped up, especially Stand United.
Attacking Shen, coming in from Kim down. Easiest taunt of his life. And Orianna is done for. Killing spree for Barrick, but in the mid lane, Tomo gets impaled by Griffin. Maybe set up by a nice solar flare from Bounty.
Looks to be that way.
Picks on both sides.
Tomo was flashless. Good play by Ole Miss in the mid lane to find the answer. But again, Stand United attacking that Jace. Orianna flashed again and went down. That's something that I'm Winthrop. I'm looking to rinse and repeat. As you can consistently overload that Jace and Shen's enough where it makes a big difference with Sante being in all out. So I think this time around was critical of Winthrop kind of playing into the win con of Ole Miss in game one. I feel like this game they've been more committed towards playing their win con. We haven't seen every play across the map hit, but another one coming.
They really want this mark. I think Wilson does get it. Ticks over to 7. So they went all in to go for that Wolf Camp to get that big range upgrade for Wilson. But again, the cross map is the value here for the Land Sharks. It was a tier 2 turn that Bradley secured on the bot side alone. Bradley's TPing. Wilson gets knocked too low. It's going to Lamb's wrist, but for the big revive. Bradley on the backside of this fight blows it up for Ole Miss. Buster shots Wilson into the gray screen. Orianna picks up 1 kill. Array gets another. Winthrop flipped their entire mid game to try and get that 7th stack onto Wilson, and boy does it cost them.
And Tomo went down, so could never really join that play. And with Bradley TPing in, just a massive overstay coming out from Winthrop that gives Ole Miss, I mean, not just a way back into the game, but a way to take control over this game. As everyone was chunked out. You're playing a long poke game against the Jace, against the Ziggs. I think Orianna taking the fight when he does. The ultimates were already pretty much used. Coming in from Winthrop, just zero chance for Winthrop to actually play out this fight. Play took way too long to develop, and going for those camps was just never in the cards for the Throps.
And Ole Miss knew exactly what was going on, too. They'd spotted them going for that Wolf Camp. Yes, it sucks that they lost out on the 50-50 to get the stack, but, I mean, you could see this huge gold increase on our gold graph right off of how well Ole Miss read Winthrop's playbook to try and play everything around this Kingdren. Like you said, Cubby, when Kingdren hits the map, they are the CEO. And, well, looks like they're the CEO of a former Fortune 500 company off of that play.
Ooh. Board of Directors is going to like that one. As we'll see if Wilson can bounce back in. 7 stacks is a lot on this Kindred. So, oopsie there from Winthrop and crew. But still, a game where we feel like Winthrop decently strong. Stand United came in for Wilson.
Oh my god, look at the damage from Array though. He wants to chase down Bounty with that attacking Shen, but all he finds is a hand shock blast to the back of the noggin. Down goes Wilson, double impale. Nice setup from Griffin, and now it's time to feast. The Land Sharks smell blood in the water. Barrick trying to run away, but he's got an explosive charge on his head. Bradley gets that one. More kills back to Ole Miss as they break open our second game.
And another monster TP from Ole Miss as Orianna with the angle shut down any chance that Ole Miss had, as a lot of tools, or Winthrop had, as a lot of tools by Winthrop were used to try and help Wilson get out of the initial play. He does, but it's an at what cost scenario, as what Ole Miss has gotten off the last 2 plays is 6k gold in their pockets that is now an advantage against Winthrop. They stayed out on the map throughout the duration of that post-fight win, so this could be a quick dragon picked up by Winthrop off the base of Ole Miss because both TPs were just used. But if they don't get this, I mean, just massive wins from Ole Miss in the last couple of minutes that have them in full control of this game.
full control and starting to really cash in on the items as well. Bradley closing in on a 3-item mid lane. Tristana,
they might double
Shadowflame,
TP this, yeah. They're going to double TP and see if they can get this Drake. This is a lot of tools being used by Winthrop off the bat, but I think if they do get control over this part of the map first, they can do it. I said they aren't shifting their power into the Drake. They're going straight to the Baron, which has been started up by Ole Miss, and I think this is a risk that's not necessary for Ole Miss. Good rocket belt.
Griffin already half health, but Bounty goes in all out with the Solar Flare, set up a double impale again from Griffin. Delivers Kim down to the waiting arms of Bradley. Barrick next to get chunked through. It's a hop forward from Bradley. Ariana able to flash out of the Arcane Storm as Array levels Hellfire down on the Golden Eagles over the wall. 2 more kills back to Ole Miss.
I feel like that fight from Winthrop, Ole Miss is dragging them into the Baron. I think that was a bit of a risk by Ole Miss. Just we've seen a lot of Baron throws, especially with this Baron being on the map across a lot of recent international play. I was surprised that Winthrop didn't get more. I think the fact that Griffin was able to suppress 2 was really clutch on his ult, because that was an angle where I feel like Ole Miss kind of gave Winthrop a potential angle back in. I would have rather seen them try and fight uphill to try and take control over the Dragon, but by hitting the Baron, they bait Winthrop into them. And these fights where it continues to be Winthrop walking into Ole Miss continues to set up for Array to just be pumping out the damage on the Ziggs.
Yeah, I mean, what a nice game it is to be Array. It feels like there's so much commotion being caused by Griffin flying in for these impales, Bounty flying in, Ariana poke, Bradley's a big figure. Everyone is kind of ignoring the Ziggs, and that's exactly what you want on a complete mage demon like this champion. Array is going to have huge numbers on the damage charts and is also scaling up to be damage threat the later this game goes on. Baron, the focal point of both of these two teams, setting up their vision lines. But remember, the range, the poke of Ole Miss means they can just settle into these battle lines and try and whittle down these health bars. Kim Down doesn't like it, so he's going to taunt really Griffin, who does whiff an impale. But that Mega Inferno Bomb, once again from Array, makes the difference. Kim Down is down and out, and Winthrop are on the back foot once more.
And they're playing 4v5 or 5v4 into Ole Miss, and Ole Miss is just straight up winning. Bradley's not even here. He's taking the 1 grub advantage they have and just split pushing as Winthrop, no solution. They will chunk Griffin out, but Griffin lives as the poke damage from Ole Miss is greater. So, yeah, I mean, they poke him off the Baron, but Bradley just got 2 free turrets for himself and continues to cruise in this game as this Tristana that will be very big later on, as Tristana, one of the harder scaling marksmen that we have in League of Legends.
Yes, sir. And I don't know about the later on statement. He's about it back here. And yep, there's the fan dancer. So he's already 3
huge.
items. He's massive, Cubby.
This is a problem. This is a big problem.
Oh, and there's the hat for Array too. So he's 3 items. I think that might be it. I know, guys, crazy. I'm calling a game at 7.5K gold lead towards one team. I know.
Yeah, I mean, usually this is what I do, and then things go haywire. So
we got to test out the caster curses early, Cubby. That's what we got to do.
Yeah, we'll see if Winthrop can play their way back into this one. I really feel like Array just has to be the target in these fights, but it's so hard to get back to his Bounty.
Bounty going in, but look at the Inferno Bomb again, chunking Tomo to about half HP. Wilson also eats another bomb from Array. Impale once again captures one of Winthrop's members and pulls them into the depths. This time it's Barrick. And it looks like we're going to do our same song and dance at the Baron once more. Bradley looking for some decent chip damage onto Wilson, who is far too low to get anywhere near the pit. Shock blast down onto another Winthrop member. Seeming more and more like they're just going to have to let this Baron go.
And this Jace, Ziggs, Tristana core, really good at sieging. And with Ole Miss up, they've got control over the map. And Winthrop walking into them. You just see how difficult it's been for all members to really deal with it. As Weaver's Wall cast, it will be enough to actually push them off the Baron. So that's a small win for Winthrop, because now they get to play with a little bit of pressure and tempo. I say that, but all it takes is Array just rotating back into the mid lane for that wave to be deleted and for that last series of events to be null.
Maybe off the reset timers, they'll be able to knock down this mid-tier 1 turret. Be at least something back. That turret has objective bounties as well. We'll see if Samaki can get that in the bag as we get looking back at the damage numbers. Oh my lord, yep. I know Ziggs is not hard to get high damage numbers on, but really reflects how easily it's been for Array to land some of these skill shots. Bounty goes in, another Solar Flare, Inferno Bomb combo, and Array goes legendary. Wilson gets hijacked out of his Lamb's Respite by a beautiful impale out of Griffin, and now they're just gonna walk him down. One bomb at a time from Array. Barrick is tanky, but he is sure as hell not this tanky. Orianna drops the hammer, Barrick goes down next, Bounty wants more, he gets another Zenith Blade onto Tomo. Leave! No! Survivors, Ole Miss! Array goes legendary, another Zenith Blade down from Bounty. Ole Miss are not messing around this summer split as they pick up an ace at 28 minutes.
This is a Winthrop team that is missing the two most important members they've had for the last 3.5 years in Mobility and Denethor. And honestly, it kind of looks like it. As Ole Miss with bringing in two members from the college team that was really right at their heels in GVU onto this roster. It's led to be a very nice opening series for Ole Miss Esports, who in the group that is perceived as being the stronger one, looking like they're going to finish out week 1 ahead of both Conviction and Maryville in the standings with finding this win over Winthrop.
It only feels like a matter of time until that is locked in. And you know Phillips Norelco OneBlade had to bring us that rerun on this precision play. And it's a long one, but it's all up the Land Sharks.
I just don't think that this engage was ever really there for Winthrop. Like, their weaker members are here early. Ole Miss had more members early, very early on in this fight. And Griffin taking out Wilson like that. This does look like a Winthrop that has come together at the last second and has a lot of work to do. I know that Coach Tails will do his best with this roster as they try and reclaim some of the same magic that they had last split as Winthrop University and NACL, but with these new pieces just not quite playing together yet as a team, and it shows. As Ole Miss been the better team on the day today is really their core way of playing the game. It was through Griffin, it was through Bradley. That's what led to the initial swaps for this team, and these two really stepped up today with, I'd say, a really good supporting cast performance coming out from the rest of the squad as well, and a great debut for Bounty.
Ooh, a lot of damage out of Orianna, but Tomo, I believe, tried to join with the Weaver's Wall, but doesn't end up riding it all the way back up, and they kind of just leave Barrick on his own to get melted by Orianna. And now Bounty is here to say, Kim down. I'd like to send you back to the Death Realm for a 6th time, and Orianna will make that dream a reality. As on the bot side, Bradley and Griffin have teamed up to take the bot lane inhibitor. And with one more satchel charge, Array is going to pick up even more structures towards Ole Miss. 14,000 gold up before we crest the 30-minute mark, Cubby.
This game looked a lot closer early on. It looks like Winthrop might have had a foothold into it, but the way that Ole Miss was able to shut it down off of good TPs from Bradley and Orianna to find the flanks and make plays, that's what got Ole Miss into full control of this game. They're going to try and cash it in. Wilson does have to pop that Nav's Spite early.
Oh, but he gets knocked out of it by the Buster shot. The bomb goes off while he's still there, so he becomes invulnerable. Bradley can't nearly work his way out of a kill with the Tristana tech. But they've got all 3 inhibitors down, and they want to see this thing through right here, right now. Kim down doesn't want that reality, though, as Barrick goes in alongside him. First turret goes down, but Bradley is able to free hit. They do lose Griffin. It is onto a 4-on-4, but it's just one bomb at a time. Take your pick, either Bradley or Array. They're both throwing bombs, they're both throwing haymakers, and the shock blast from Orianna, it's just too much poke to deal with. Barrick is going to find Bradley with it all out. He does have to flash, but Orianna dips into the back line and eviscerates them. Double kill over to Orianna. Bradley won't even drop. What a showing from Ole Miss. A historic college rivalry brought to the NACL. Looked anything but a rivalry. Land Sharks 2-0 over Winthrop University.
All smiles for Orianna and Bounty on the new team as they fist bump through all 3 team members in person. As of course they're in the GVU facilities still, but Ole Miss, that's the start of the split they were looking for this time around as they take down a team in Winthrop University that last split, we looked at both these schools' rosters, really felt like the majority of us had Winthrop over that Citadel squad or that Ole Miss esports squad. But coming into this split, we didn't feel that way. Just picking up Orianna, who we felt like had a down split last split in that promotion relegation situation from Blue Water. And then Bounty, of course, who could not have had a better split last split, stepping into Conviction, winning the split. He played really well today. All Ole Miss were firing today as they found the 2-0 over their collegiate rivals in Winthrop and get off to a good start as they top a tough group that they have, something that I think a lot of folks coming into the week were not expecting, having Ole Miss sit 1-0, as every win really matters in this format as we try and determine the playoff bracket that, of course, compete for that LCS slot.
Those standings are going to be mighty interesting to take a look at indeed, Cubby. But again, I think it's just much the tale here. I think, to give some credit to Winthrop, you said it best earlier. Griffin, Bradley, Array were the main driving forces of Citadel's successes last split. They're all still here. Whereas you think about the crater that both Mobility and Denethor leave in this Winthrop program that has relied on them as cornerstone pieces for so many years. Can't really expect the new additions in those roles to just come in and take over here for Winthrop. So don't want to hamper too hard onto a team that has had to make changes in spots that they haven't thought of making in years, and expect them to perform up against a good Ole Miss team right off the rip.
I mean, look, again, when we talked about Winthrop's team in the past, it was always like, man, this is a team that at times plays really well as 5. We're always the middle of the pack on ACL team. And we felt like Mobility and Denethor were probably 2 of the more consistently stronger members that we had on this squad. Those 2 are gone. People have to step in and step up and fill those shoes. And with Samikin coming in, I think it's a different style that Samikin's going to bring in his wheelhouse versus what we have for the way that Winthrop played the game, where Zach was really supportive. Samikin can do that, but again, you want him to play some of those artillery mages where he is really good and has shown a lot of prowess himself. I think that Winthrop, they've got to find a couple ways to come together, and are going to have to do so quickly in the split, because this is a really fast regular season if they want to be securing a playoff spot and not find themselves in a last chance qualifier where that's only a couple weeks away. So these teams do have to scale up quickly.
And it seems like one guy had already scaled up pretty early on here, Cubby, and it's going to be our MVP of this series. It was an obvious pick here, folks. It's the man in the mid lane, Big Bad Bradley. Picks up the MVP. What a flawless set of stats, and what a beautiful way to play so aggro as he likes to, with 2 very different champions.
And in a way, I mean, 2 different styles, I guess. It was still about the mid lane 3v3, as they really turned this into a 3v3 for the series. But, the Silas is, you're looking to play through that Silas and play through mid, and we saw Bradley and Ole Miss do that really well as he started that game going off legendary, 8-0 on the Silas. And then the second one, Tristana, yeah, you can play through it, but a lot of it's about playing push, Bradley moving the plays, and then that threat that you can have where Tristana in the side lane. And I think that Ole Miss strategically showed, for me, a lot better league in this game compared to what we saw from them in the spring. I think the way that they utilized the Jace and the Ziggs to have that Trist push in that sequence, or just some of the looks they had. I liked both drafts. I thought they executed both games pretty well. And this was a team where it felt like spring, and they were looking to find just what lineup they wanted to run, right? As they found their footing for spring and Sealaw. This is a team, this split, where it feels like they already know that answer to that question. They've had a little bit more time playing around with the pieces that they have. And we expected them to be more competitive coming into this split, and it was good to see them start off that way, going up against Winthrop, a team that got the best of them when they met last spring and in Sealaw.
Yeah, that's the most fun part about these long-standing matchups in multiple areas, right? Is that you get to see them ever evolving, new chapters beginning, swings in the matchup. And maybe this is just the start of Ole Miss being able to kind of take it to the Golden Eagles in these matchups. Congratulations to Bradley for the MVP, but I've gotten word that we are ready, I believe, to talk to his solo lane counterpart after the win. So let's say goodbye to Cuppy once more, and we'll bring in Ariana, the winning top laner here for Ole Miss. Hello, Ariana. Congratulations on the win, my friend. I was happy to see you land on this Ole Miss team. I know it was probably pretty short notice right after the relegation tournament, and you had a lot of things to figure out, but safe to say you're pretty happy getting to lane and getting to play some reps with this Ole Miss team after what you guys just did to Winthrop, huh?
I mean, yeah. I'm really happy with the win. I think we played really well. And yeah, I really enjoy playing with the boys on this team. I'm really happy I got this opportunity.
Yeah, and you've definitely made the most of it. The Jace game was really wonderful. I kind of want to ask you because this Ole Miss team, right, with Griffin, Bradley, and Array. Obviously, you insert Bounty in as another new member, but we really saw them last split. That 3 plays really aggressive early games, always looking for heavy skirmishes. Is that something that you noticed playing with this team so far, and something that you really feel like helps complement your style, playing stuff like the Jace game we saw in Game 2?
I mean, yeah, it's completely different than my previous team. Like here, we're like really aggressive. You know, we're like the one leading the game. Like we're forcing the plays in the other team. In Bluewater, when I was playing in Bluewater, I think we were like really AFK. So I think I should look much better than I looked in Bluewater in this particular team. I think those games kind of showed it. I think, but yeah, just looking forward.
Yeah, I think they showed that. I think you showed out in that series a ton for sure, and definitely seems like you're a bit more comfortable in this system. I'm sure it definitely helps to be obviously get to play with a former teammate and now another teammate of yours. I know it's very funny you guys are playing for Ole Miss, but I'm sure you both are. I'm pretty sure set up at the GVU facility. How's it been just getting to play next to Bounty on this team? And yeah, there he is. Exactly.
I mean, I think me and Bounty have like crazy good synergy. Like even in Silo, we're just together. Like we are like in GVU we are 2 main shot callers. Here it's kind of different because I think Griffin is the main one. We like and the shot side callers, like secondary ones. And yeah, I'm really happy that I could play with Bounty. It's kind of funny because I was last place last split and he won the whole split. So I'm like, no man, come on. No, like I'm a downgrade to him.
No, listen, hey. Clean slate, my friend. You're on the same team. It's how you guys perform now at this point. But yeah, that is very funny. I actually kind of want to ask you about just kind of the GVU NACL takeover because, I think Inflame plays pretty well yesterday for Dorado. I mean, how's it been, seeing all these guys at GVU, a program that doesn't get talked about as much as I feel like Ole Miss or like Winthrop. How does it feel to see you guys like be able to see multiple of your players like come into the NACL and perform well like you guys have been?
I mean, yeah, GVU players are pretty good. Also, Aojun, like Aojun was here last split. Yeah. Now he left us, but yeah, school needs to invest more money. We can win. We can win even more. So
hey, that's a good.
I'm
pitch.
excited. Also,
I
forgot to say like in last question. Also, Griffin is my previous teammate. He was my coach in Dorado. I'm playing with my coach right now.
There you go. Hey, your coach has still got it, and he's helping you play to a high level. Hunk still got it. There you go. I'm sure Griffin will appreciate that one. Listen, Ariana, I kind of want to pick your brain on your read on the meta right now, because I do think in this series we saw like a ton of the flexibility this new meta offers. We saw like Tomo go for a Vlad AD carry. You guys showed like a lot of flexibility in that Game 2 draft with like the Jace, the Ziggs, the Tristana could all go like into different spots. How have you felt about how chaotic it feels like the meta is with how much mages messing up the bottom lane has had a bigger effect on everyone else?
I'm pretty happy because this meta is more about top side. So you play mages bot, they just AFK and supports move top, so I'm happy with that. And about the weird picks today, I'm like, after first game when they picked Vladimir, we were talking the draft meeting, like, no way. Like now Tomo will be like, guys, I need to take over. Give me Jinx, Aphelios. But then they picked Talia bot, or it was Talia bot lane, right? Not Victor.
Yeah, yes.
And tank top lane again. So I also think games were kind of easier from the draft. But the meta is crazy, like everyone can go everywhere. Like we were also thinking about flexing Jace mid lane, because I also play a lot of mages on top lane. I used to be mid laner, so hopefully in this team we'll be able to see this.
I don't want you to like leak any of your in-depth strategies, but I do kind of want to ask you like how much do you feel like you might be able to unlock both you and Bradley, knowing that like you just said you've played some mid lane, Bradley's obviously played some top lane. You guys have really big pools when you both combine them together. Was that something that really excited you about getting to play on this team with Bradley, with how much flexibility you two can bring to these solo lanes?
Very fun with Bradley because like we just pick random champion and Bradley or me, we are like, oh, can you play top? I can get like crazy counter pick mid lane. I'm like, yeah, sure, I can play it. And they were just looking for flexing all the time. Now also between bot lane and mid lane there is possibility to do it. Bounty can also take some picks, so we are cooking a lot in draft, maybe sometimes even overcooking, but might get some funny games because of that.
Well, you know, and the most important thing to start out a split here, it seems like the vibes are an all-time high off of that win and all the flexibilities you guys are talking about. So, Ariana, it's been a pleasure to get to talk to you. It's been even nicer to see you, land on your feet somewhere after getting out of the relegation tournament with Blue Water, and excited to see you make the most of your time with Ole Miss here. You definitely did in that first series, my friend. I want to give you the final word before we wrap things out. Any shout-outs you got? Anyone you wanna bring up? The floor is yours, my friend.
I mean, shout out to my whole team, obviously, like kind of classic. But I also wanna do shout out to my mom, to my whole family, my brother, my sister, my dad, and to my Polish friends. I will say their names right now because they're watching, even though it's like really late in Poland right now, because it's like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. actually.
Dedication.
So, dzięki bardzo za wspieranie, Szymon, Bert, Tomek, Filip, Gilu, and whole mix crew. I don't want to say all of them because there's a lot of them. But yeah,
well,
thank all of you.
Shout out the OG Ariana supporters for staying up late on this one. Ariana, congratulations on your 2-0 win with Ole Miss. Was happy to get a chat to you, my friend. We're going to say goodbye, though, to Ariana. Let me go celebrate with the rest of the Land Sharks. And I will bring Cubby back in here. Sayonara, Ariana. Good talking to you, my friend. All right, Cubby. It seems like the vibes are great over at Ole Miss, and Ariana's certainly loving to play. It helps to have that synergy, right? We saw him. He was literally next to Bounty doing that interview. So, helps to have a guy right
I do
next
like
to you.
the fist bump, like going through like all three members, like player cams. Like,
I guess I got
they're so in tune that the fist bump in person just goes through like the rest of their players' heads, and it's like synergy, just like it's like a mind meld between everyone, going on over there. That's sorry, Slayer. Oh, you want some of this?
I don't know. You just kept
sauce,
going. I was like, oh yeah, you go. This would take a while to do. Like you go under, I go. Okay, it's a little caster synergy. It's early for us too, but yeah, I mean, that was a pretty cool, helpful factor, I'm sure, for Ariana, who I'm sure like this all came around and he had to step in pretty quickly with how things shaped up for Ole Miss, but he's making the most of it. And so is CCG. A quick 4-0 day for us, Cubby, but definitely felt like both of our series had a clear victor, as that obviously is alluded by the 2-0s, but you know what I'm saying.
All four teams came into today with changes, and the teams that won up 2-0 in both series, very clear that they had a better idea of how to play the game as a 5-stack. The two better teams won today as a team of 5. So we'll see if Blue Water and Winthrop can keep on adjusting to the changes that they have made to be their best when push comes to shove. But for week 1, I think CCG and Ole Miss can be really happy about the starts that they did get off to in this week, and especially after a couple of surprises that we had yesterday. As I got to say, Cupid over Conviction, not the biggest surprise for me, given names on paper. But Dorado over Maryville, I thought even with the subs in, Dorado wouldn't be able to find that win. Them finding that, and a bit of a fiery interview coming out too, which I appreciate, from like the crew and Adam being like, hey, we know that people view us as not being individually as talented of a team in NACL, but we're scrimming well. We feel like play-wise we can do it, and they had a really good series yesterday. So we know that team can play well in mid-game as a team. If we saw that be a boon for them in their win, and excited to see if they can take down anyone else, because they're playing the group that's perceived as stronger. If Dorado can find more wins, real opportunity for them to maybe be a sneaky good team, kind of like what they were at this time last year with Ariana, Shochi, and Sushi really scaling up into the split, and I think having a respectable opening split for Dorado at this time last summer.
Well, let's see if they can continue to build on it as well with Ole Miss getting up in the standings. Let's take a look at our matches for next week. So we got NRG. We'll finally get to see that one of the few teams that made no sort of changes. NRG, one of our heavy hitters. And then we'll also get to look at a new coming team here in Contingent Esports. They'll have to take on those crazy Land Sharks after that win. So anything, Cubby, you're looking forward to here? I mean, NRG CCG, that feels like a title weight bout once again.
That is the playoff matchup that, of course, CCG beat NRG in, but also I think Ole Miss versus Contingent is going to be Brownlee versus Asila in the mid lane. So it'll be fun to see if Asila can get some revenge there up against some of his old friends and teammates. But fun opener to week 1. We'll see if Contingent can have a good debut in the NACL next week, as of course Cupid did this week, and excited to tune in even more of the action as we have a very fast and furious regular season for you guys at home. All these teams are playing 5 matches in the 2-group format into a best of 3 for last chance to get in the playoffs if needed. So Really, I know we're talking about scaling up. There are less games overall in this regular season compared to last split. Important that these teams continue to play better and continue to do so quickly, as an LCS spot's on the line.
An LCS spot is indeed on the line. The big hunt for all of our teams. But that will have to delay until next week, folks. That really does it for our broadcast. Cubby, it was an honor and a pleasure, my friend, to share the screen with you. Okay, all right. Go for it. Boom.
Boom.
I think we
There
did
we
it.
go.
Boom. That's all you need. NACL next week. We'll see you guys then. Until then, enjoy your weekend and take care.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.